A very good morning to one and all present here. I am happy to welcome all of you to the second day of two-day International E-Conference on International Declarations and National Policies in Promoting Inclusive Education in the light of COVID-19 pandemic. Fill the brain with high thoughts, highest ideals, place them day and night before you, and out of that will come great work by Swami Vivekananda. Fill the brain with high thoughts, highest ideals, place them day and night before you, and out of that will come great work by Swami Vivekananda. May I now call upon Dr. Soumya Chandra, Assistant Professor, Department of Intellectual Disability, Faculty of Disability Management and Special Education, Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, to introduce the resource person of today's first technical session, Dr. Umesh Sharma, to the audience.
Good morning, everybody. I'm excited at the task assigned to me. I have been given the privilege to introducing Professor Umesh Sharma, whose contribution to the field of special education is immeasurable. Here it is, his brief introduction. Dr. Umesh Sharma is a professor in the Faculty of Education at Monash University, Australia, where he is the academic head of the educational psychology and inclusive education community. His research programs in the area of disability and inclusive education includes India, Pakistan, China, Bangladesh, Australia, Canada, USA, and New Zealand. He is the chief co-editor of the Australian Journal of Special Education and the Oxford Encyclopedia of Inclusive and Special Education. He has authored over 175 academic articles, book chapters, and edited books that focus on various aspects of inclusive education. His project on the development of the Pacific Indicators for Inclusion has received award for outstanding policy development from the UN. Recently, he was identified as the most prolific author in the field of inclusive education in a systematic review which examines the work of highly cited inclusive education researchers in the last 25 years. His areas of interest are positive behavior support, inclusive education for disadvantaged children, and policy and practice in special and inclusive education. May I request Sir to present his talk on Teaching Ishaan, Is It Really Possible? Welcome, Sir.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me all right? Yes? Okay. So,
Yes, sir. Sir, we can hear you, sir.
That's very good. Thank you very much. Good morning to you, and thank you very much for great introduction. I must say that your agenda for the conference looks really good. What I'm trying to do today is to talk about some important ideas behind inclusion, and I'm going to share about a case study, but also share some ideas why sometimes inclusion works, why it does not work, and what can we do about it. I'm doing this thing from Melbourne, Australia. It's around 3 or 2:30 p.m. We are in COVID-19 right now. It's a lockdown state right now in Australia. But I'll tell you a little bit more about Australia as I start presenting. Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir. We can see your slides, sir.
Okay, so the topic that I'm going to present today is teaching Ishaan. Is it really possible? And I mean, the ideas in this are very practical, but I think it's also based on a lot of research that I have conducted and many of my colleagues have conducted. So hopefully it will make some practical sense to you as we talk about it. I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you might have now, or I don't know, I think if the organizers might have arranged it later on after my presentation. But I will also be available to you if you have any questions through email. So as I told you, I'm calling from Melbourne, Australia. So it's I don't know if you can see the blue part in Victoria. It's far away from India, as like a few thousand kilometers away. I think it seems even further away now during COVID-19 because we can't travel. In fact, in Victoria we can't travel more than 5 kilometers from our houses. So everything seems too distant or too far away for us now. Australia is famous for cricket, and it's also famous for some of the animals that you don't find anywhere in the world. So at some stage, if you like to come to Australia, we'd love to welcome you. So just wanted to give you a context where I'm coming from. Who is Ishaan? I mean, this is, you must be wondering what this topic is Umesh is going to talk about. So Ishaan is a student in the middle. If you can see, Ishaan is a student who's not happy with what's happening with him right now. But Ishaan is also a student who is different in one or other way. Ishaan is different in his learning abilities, his learning styles. But I also believe Ishaan is different because we as teachers are finding it difficult to teach him. That's the most important thing we need to remember. Sometimes these students have a label. We call him a student with an intellectual disability. Sometimes we call a student with hearing impairment. Sometimes we call him a student with ADHD. Sometimes they have lots of behavior problems. So I'm talking about those Ishaans in our school system and why we can't do it, why we can't teach them, and what can be done about that. That's what I'm going to talk to all of you today. I want to show you, you might have already seen this movie. So the idea behind this talk came from a movie that's from India. So I want to show you this short clip because my whole presentation is around that clip. So please let me know if you can hear it or not. If you have any issues, then I'll do something about it. Can you see this video or not?
We must also remember the old saying, cleanliness is godliness. On many occasions, while doing rounds, I have also
Sir, we can see your video, sir. It
shown
is visible.
full
Okay, great.
corridors clean. It is our duty to keep our school neat and tidy.
Hey, you police नहीं है? Out.
Class, turn to page 38, chapter 4, paragraph 3. We're going to mark adjectives today. That goes for you as well, Ishaan Avasti. Page 38, chapter 4, paragraph 3. Can I have your attention, Ishaan? Ishaan! I said page 38, chapter 4, paragraph 3. Read the first sentence and point out the adjectives. Page 38, Ishaan. Adit Laba, just help the boy. Come on, the rest of you, look into your books. Read the first sentence and tell me what the adjectives are. Okay, come on. Let's all mark the adjectives together. Just read the sentence for me. Just read the sentence, Ishaan.
ये तो नाच रहे
Silence. Speak in English.
The letters are dancing.
They're dancing, are they? Okay, then read the dancing letters. Trying to be funny? Read the sentence loud and proper. I said loud and proper, Ishaan. Loud and proper. Loud and proper. Stop it. Enough is enough. Get out. Get out of my class. Out. You want to leave as well? Who is laughing here? Who wants to follow him? I don't want to hear a titter in my class. Look at your books. Shameless boy. Open your books now. Who's going to tell me what the adjectives are? I don't want a sound from this class. Yes. Come on.
Okay, so this is Ishaan. So Ishaan, what you got here was a student, and he's struggling with some aspect of his learning. And when student cannot perform, I think one of the things that we do is sometimes we ask student to leave because it could be problem the way he or she is behaving in the classroom, and it happens a lot. What we know is there are quite a large number of students in our classroom system that struggle with this aspect. Actually, people have done research, and 10 to 15% of students have some difficulty with some aspect of their learning. And I'm not just talking about students with disabilities. So I'm just talking about if quite a large population in our schools, in our system, have that issue. So I'm talking about those Ishaans in our system, and what do we do, why we can't provide them education, and what we need to do about it. So that's what I want to talk about. So why those students are not there, and why we can't teach those students really well, and what are some of the people who are responsible or who should change their practices. This is what will be my focus. So there are people who have done studies. They have looked at what is the main problem, why we cannot include students like Ishaan, and there are 4 major reasons that people have identified. Number 1, our policies are not good enough. There are problems with our policies. Our policies tell us what to do. They don't tell us how to do it. Our training is not good enough. Like sometimes when we get our training, it does not prepare us fully about how to include students like Ishaan. Our attitudes are also problemsome. Like sometimes we do not believe that Ishaan should be in our classroom, or student like Ishaan should be in our classroom. And many a times we do not get enough support. So those 4 things. And when we look in different countries, they are very common across different countries. I'm not just saying India, it's also true in many other countries, including Australia, New Zealand, different parts of the world. I'm not saying that Australia is the best system in the world. So there are problems, they're quite similar, but in developing countries, maybe these problems are even more than any other country. So what do we do? And I think major focus of my presentation today will be on training. Like how do we train our educators, and what are some of the things we can do in our system so that we can train or teach students like Ishaan really well. That's what I want to talk about today. I do want to, first, before I get into what do we do about this, I want to share something with you. If you think about our teacher education system internationally, we have also written about this in Australia, in countries, in developing countries, including India or Asia Pacific region. What we found that our graduate teachers intentionally or unintentionally learn why shouldn't we teach or include Ishaan. So that's what we've been training. This is what we do in our teacher education system. And I'm not talking about special educators. I'm just talking about mainstream teachers. They do not really learn really well or enough about how do we go about teaching students like Ishaan. Like what are the skills do we require? How do we do it? And many a time we can defend our beliefs or our exclusionary beliefs by our experiences, by our religious and cultural practices, our lack of training, our lack of support. And we have very, very convincing reasons. And actually we can convince others why students like Ishaan should not be going to a regular schools, or why he should be sent to a different school system. So what we can also know from reflecting on our teacher education programs internationally, as well as in many other countries. When I'm talking about, I'm not just talking about India. I'm talking about many countries. This is what I'm talking about from many research studies that we have conducted. Our graduates learn. I'm talking about our teaching graduates. They learn what's wrong with some students. They learn a lot about the characteristics of different types of disabilities. They learn how to use checklists to identify disabled students in our classroom. They rarely learn enough why inclusion is good for me as a teacher. That we don't spend enough time to teach our teachers that inclusion is good for you as a teacher, not just for the student. And teachers tend to learn some inclusive teaching strategies, not enough. That's what I believe. And we rarely get opportunities to teach in truly inclusive classrooms. So this is what we have learned from different research studies. I just try to make those general statements, so just to make practical sense about those things. And it's possible, this is my hypothesis, that we unintentionally prepare teachers to exclude rather than to include all children. And this is what we are doing in many parts, many countries around the world. So I just want to reflect. I finished my PhD in 2001, and I started teaching in teacher education program in around 2002. And I started collecting some data in my class. So I was collecting data from pre-service teachers, or these are the teachers who will go and start teaching in schools, like in 2 or 3 years' time. I collected data about their concerns. What were they worried about inclusion? And I collected data before I started teaching, so pre-service concerns or pre-level concerns and post-level concerns. And what you will find very interesting, the data showed to me that after I finished teaching them, the teachers that I was teaching got more worried about inclusion. Actually, they were saying, my God, Umesh, what you have told us, we find it very difficult to do inclusion now. So isn't that very interesting? Like, after I have taught them, they should be feeling more confident, more competent to teach in inclusive classroom, but actually it went the other way. So if you think about, I shouldn't have got my salary for that semester when I was teaching, because if teachers are not getting ready to teach in inclusive classrooms, why are they paying lecturers like me who are teaching those teachers? So that's a question I still keep asking. So who should be blamed? Like, if our teachers are not ready for inclusion, I think I should be blamed. A person like me who prepare our teachers or our teacher education system around the world. I'm not just saying in one country, but we are largely responsible the way we prepare our teachers to teach in our classroom or in our inclusive classrooms. So I'm talking about the way universities are preparing our teachers to teach in our school system. So what do? There are two things you can do. You can fire people like me, people who teach now in university, to say, well, Umesh, you should not be teaching at Monash University because you are not doing your job. But I don't think that will be good enough, because what you can say is, Umesh, can you do something better? Or, ask people like me, or do some research, and what can you learn from other countries? So this is what I started doing. And what I found, there are some actually really good ways to prepare teachers that can change their practices. And what I learned, if you can prepare teachers with three things, if you can prepare teachers who have heart of a teacher, heart of inclusive teacher, head of an inclusive teacher, and hands of inclusive teacher, they become much better teachers. And I'll tell you what happened. So this is what the idea came from Schulman. And I've been reading a lot about this, but I'm also trying to think about how do we change these ideas or apply these ideas when we are doing our teacher education program. So if you are interested, I have written a paper, and if you may like to read it, it's open access. It's called Preparing to Teach in Inclusive Classroom, and you can do a Google search if you're interested. You'll be able to read what I have written. But I want to tell you more about it, so maybe you don't have to download that article. So what we learned from our teacher education program by doing a lot of research around the world, that teachers do learn some of the teaching strategies. So head is knowledge about inclusion, but their beliefs do not always change. So they do not believe that all students should be coming to my classroom, or my class, Ishaan should stay in my classroom. I'm ready to teach Ishaan. Teachers actually find it difficult to include those children. But we also know that hands is another aspect. Hands is when you practice inclusion. So think about, rather than Ishaan going out of the classroom, are we preparing our teachers to say, make sure that Ishaan is not sent outside the classroom? You are going to teach him, and actually if you can teach him really well, that will make you a better teacher. So these are the three things we don't do really well. Maybe we spend a lot of time teaching some of the teaching strategies, but not all the strategies. But we do not do enough, we do not spend enough time to change people's beliefs about inclusion. So what happens as a result of this? We are getting a handicapped teacher coming out of the system. And what I'm using a term, handicapped, is not my preferred term. I don't want to use that term. But what I realize, actually people like me or teacher educators sometime are getting our teachers out of our system who are not fully competent to teach all children. So that's a challenge we have. And these are some of the characteristics of handicapped teachers. I mean, they believe if Ishaan misbehaves, something is wrong with him, or nothing is wrong with my teaching. This is what they believe. And they believe that not all students can learn. These teachers believe that they know very little about how to motivate all children, including Ishaan. They know very little about how to make learning fun for all children, including Ishaan. And they do nothing about students who fail or are ultimately excluded. So what I'm saying is, we talk all the time about characteristics of students. I think we should also start talking about characteristics of handicapped teachers. And I'm using handicapped teachers not in the term of disabling condition. It's the way we prepare them. So please keep that in mind as we go through this presentation. So how do we prepare, or what do we need to do? I believe we need to spend quite a lot of time on changing people's heart, or teachers' heart. And that's why the main focus of my presentation today. If we can change their heart, it becomes so much easier for us to teach them skills, like the new skills that they need to acquire. And it becomes even easier to prepare their hands or to change their practices. So that's the idea I want to share. But it's very, very easy. I mean, I have been doing this research for last 25 years, and I've been hearing this all the time, that we need to we need to change attitudes. But to change attitudes is not easy. It's a really, really hard. And I'll share some of the research studies with you, why it's so hard and what can be done. I want to share with you something from a corporate world. So IBM conducted a study, and IBM spends, there are lots of agencies, they spend a lot of money, they send people to do training. What they realized, that when we send these people for training, when they come back, actually they do not apply what they have learned. So that has been a problem. So, so IBM is sending people to go and do some training, they come back, but they will not apply. So they say, what's happening here? Why are we wasting our energy and resources and money and time? So what they found, which is the most important thing, when the teaching focused, if you really wanted to change, you need to connect to what was learned to personal and cultural values and beliefs. So any knowledge you provide to people, if it's not connected to their beliefs, people are not going to apply. So I can do 100 workshops on how to teach in inclusive classrooms, but if you really do not believe inclusion is a good idea, it's very unlikely that you will apply, and you will see changes happening in your classroom. So that's a very, very important idea that we need to, I want to put across. The new ideas, new strategies need to be aligned with your beliefs. So your heart and head needs to be aligned if you really want to change hands or practices. If you are interested, I will strongly recommend, when you get a time, go and watch this TED Talk by Simon Sinek. He says, if you really want to change, people need to start asking this question, why I am doing what I am doing. And if people cannot find that answer about why, they find it very difficult to do what and how. And what I'm saying, talking about, he shares lots of examples. He says some of the most successful companies around the world, they start with why. And he shares example of Apple computers. And he also talks about Martin Luther King. And he says people who believe in why, they change everyone around them. So if your school principal believes in why inclusion is good for our school, he will change all teachers in that school. If you are a teacher, you believe in inclusion, your practices will change, and your students in your classroom will also change. So it's important for us to move from the idea of why, what, and how. So this is, I want to share some of the things that we have learned, a mistake that we frequently make. We make in our classroom, that inclusion is good for the child, and we say inclusion and extra responsibility for teachers. So, most of the time when this is what we learn in our teacher education program. So, well, inclusion is really good for the child. That's why we should do it. But we also say inclusion sometimes we say it's extra responsibility. You need to do something in addition to what you're doing for other kids. So this is a mistake, and I want to tell you what we need to do about it. We also tell our graduates that all students almost learn the same way. Like, I'm not saying they do it on purpose, but the teaching strategy that we teach, actually we tend to, that always target, like, all kids learn almost the same way. But we all know that all students are different and they learn differently, and that's the reality. So, and the reality does not influence the way we should be teaching our graduates. That's the reality. And this is what I'm talking about. Inclusion means, the most important idea behind inclusion is that you can create inclusive classroom only when you start providing high quality education to each and every child in your classroom, not to some children, to all children. And if we can't do it, inclusion is not going to happen. Inclusion does not mean that you start putting students in a classroom where you are not able to teach the students who were already there. So that's an important idea for us to grab. Teachers need to be told the truth. Like, teachers are, most of the time when we are teaching, we say, well, misbehavior is such a common thing. It's like, kids will not engage if you do not provide, activities that are engaging. So what they need to be told, if you do not engage all children, your classrooms will be very difficult. You find it very difficult. So challenging behavior, disengagement in the classroom is a normal thing. You should be prepared. How will you address this issue? How will you go about teaching that thing? So that's need to be an important part of our teacher education curriculum. So what I'm saying, if you really want to move forward, rather than, in the past we say, why not include? What I'm saying, we should be putting it the upside down. We say, why must we include? What do we need to do so that things will change as we move forward in this journey? So the most important thing that I think, if we can do this in our teacher education program, that will be the best thing for us to do. Why including Ishaan in my class, my school, my system is good for me. And what by my me is for the teacher, for the school principal, and for the system. Because in my view, a school or a teacher who cannot teach students like Ishaan, they cannot teach really well. Like, they are not effective teachers. They are not great teachers. And for me, they are like learners. When you are learning to drive a car, you get a license. In Australia, you get a learner's permit, and they will not give you a full permit unless you can be a good teacher. So I believe teachers who are finding it difficult to teach Ishaan, they should be on an L plate rather than on a P plate. Good drivers. So, or they are learners right now. They are not ready to teach, or they need more support and more teaching strategies. So I also believe this is an important idea. Teaching in inclusive classroom is an opportunity. So, I believe if a teacher never get to teach a student like Ishaan, that's so unfortunate, because it means the teacher never got an opportunity to practice skills that makes him a better teacher. So Einstein says that 3 rules of work are: out of clutter, find simplicity; from discord, find harmony; and in the middle of difficulty lies opportunity. So inclusion, in my view, is a great opportunity. And then if teachers don't get that opportunity, I feel really sorry for those teachers, because I believe they do not get to become great teachers. They do not get to practice some of the most important skills that they need to have to be inclusive teachers. So I also share this quite a lot in my teaching. Like, this is what happens. Like, when I'm not talking about special education teachers, I'm talking about regular classroom teachers. Most of the time they are taught to teach or taught to drive on easy roads. They are not taught to drive or to teach in difficult classroom, difficult system. Think about it. If you always drove on a road on the left where there's not much traffic, you will find it extremely difficult to drive on the road which is on the right hand side where there's a lot of traffic. So for me, the road on the right side is inclusive classroom. The road on the left is not. This is what is happening a lot of time. We are taking students out and we are making driving easy for us. So think about, if you are a driver, you'll say, well, I can't drive on this road. Can you take all the cars off this road and then I can drive? This is what we have done. I'm saying that's not the reality. The reality is, if you really want to be a good teacher, you need to learn to drive on those difficult roads with a lot of traffic around you. If you can do that, if you can drive on the roads on the right, it's become much more easier for you to drive on the roads that are on the left. So that's what I'm talking about. We need to shift our thinking and make inclusion part of our reality. This is what the reality is. We have classroom with lots of kids who are very different from each other, and it's an opportunity for us to learn to drive and to teach those children. So we are also, I want to share with you, we are doing some research, and I think one of the focus of this presentation is COVID-19. What can we learn from around the world? And we are doing this research, and if you're interested, you can go and look at this. But one thing we asked in this particular study, we identified some of the best inclusive teachers, and the teachers were nominated by a parent or a student. So they nominated a teacher. They said, this teacher is teaching me really well during COVID-19. And we got data from 8 countries, including India, Bangladesh, Australia, New Zealand, Austria, Canada, Italy, and Spain. And what we found, actually, some of the things that were quite common across different countries. But perhaps one of the most important things we learned, and this is, I think I really want to highlight, that inclusive teachers are really good in building relationships. So these are the teachers, they form relationship with the family and they form relationship with the student. And I think this is one thing, if you can learn during your teacher education program, if you are teaching in a classroom, in a regular classroom, or in any classroom, you will have some students that you find difficult to teach. The very first thing you need to do is start forming a good relationship with that student. If you can do it, it will make you a really great teacher. The second thing you can do is be flexible. The way you teach in your classroom, provide more choices to students. That makes you a better teacher. And the next thing we learned, because COVID-19, it means some students, some parents were struggling, some teachers were struggling. What we found, all these teachers, they were creative resource providers or resource finders. In some schools, they were just calling parents over the phone and explaining how it needs to be done. In other schools, they used other strategies. But what we found, this was quite common in different countries. So this is some of the ideas that we are learning, like why some teachers doing such a good job, even during these difficult times. I think this is what I wanted to share because it's relevant for what you're doing during this conference. One other thing I want to talk about in teacher education, I talked about this earlier, that many a time teacher educators, people like me, we just talk about great ideas. This is how you should do inclusion. But people like many of you who are attending this conference right now, you have to do the real inclusion, and you will challenge me. You say, Umesh, you talk about great ideas, but it's very, very hard in my classroom in India or in Australia or in Canada. You come to my classroom and teach, then you'll realize I totally agree with you. I think it's very, very hard. Universities, for people like us, we live in our own world. But the reality is inclusion happens in the classroom, in a real classroom. And that's where all the difficulty lies. So what I'm saying, I cannot teach you to be a great teacher unless you or teachers bring some of the problems to the university and we work together. So we need to bridge these gaps between universities and schools coming together. So is it possible? I think it is possible. We can, if we don't, those two things do not come together, we cannot prepare our teachers for inclusion. So universities and schools need to work together to prepare teachers to teach in inclusive classrooms. So these are some of the important things that we have learned. If you really want to bridge that gap, like the information that we cover in our university program, or if you really want to bridge that gap from what we are doing in universities to what teachers can apply in their classroom, we need to focus on their heart, head, and hands. That's a very, very important thing. To change all three things, not just teach about strategies. You need to find those places where they can learn and apply those ideas. But you need to be building about their beliefs, why inclusion is good for them. We need to co-teach. What I mean is university educators need to co-teach with school teachers. So when we are preparing our graduates, we should be co-teaching. Like, we should be bringing schools to the university or take university to the school, but we need to be working it together. What we also need to do is when teachers start teaching, we need to be preparing our teachers. We need to be supporting them when they are learning about these ideas. We need to be preparing So when they start teaching in the first few years, that's when they struggle to do inclusion. That's where we should be providing them a lot of support to do more inclusion. And we also need to start thinking about how best we can evaluate our teacher readiness in our program. Are the teachers ready or not? So I'm saying assessing. We have lots of assignment and assessment in our courses. We need to think about, we need to have better assignments that allows us to see whether our teachers are ready for inclusion or not. And by the way, I'm talking about both special educators as well as regular classroom teachers. We need to do it for both groups, better assignments for both groups for us to do it. And I totally believe if we can change attitude, and attitude change is the cheapest way to achieve inclusion in our schools and communities. And I totally believe in countries like India, if we can change attitudes of teachers, and if we can make them believe that inclusion is good for them, I think we have done a great job. So that's what we should be trying in our programs. This will happen a lot. So here is a cartoon, and a teacher will come to the principal and say, oh my God, I don't know how to do, because this information was not covered in my teacher education program. And that's the reality. So the reality is many a times you will come across many situations that you don't know how to deal with it. I think what we need to do is these are opportunities for us to learn about from those things, and we can apply them in our, when we start doing things, and we can become better teachers as a result of this. So do not ignore those challenges. Use those challenges to inform our teacher education program, and that will make us better teacher. So what I'm talking about, how do we bridge gaps between university and school? We need to bring either school to university or take university to school. So what we are doing at Monash University, most of the teacher education program, we have a classroom teacher who co-teach with us. This is a research project we are doing right now. And what we have found, when a school teacher co-teaches with a university teacher, actually it makes a much more significant difference in our teachers' understanding about inclusion. Because number one, we are honest. We say, well, this is a problem and we don't know how to teach. They bring those problems to us and we learn from each other. So that's something we are learning. Bringing schools to the university is critical for us to learn about the challenges school face, and then we need to resolve it together. We can't just ignore those things. We need to acknowledge those barriers, and we need to start thinking about what can we do about them. So as we move forward, I mean, what I'm saying is, I don't know how easy or hard it is in India, but we need to start finding ways how best we can support our university graduates when they have finished their teacher education program or their special education program at your university. And we need to mentor them in first few years. Maybe that could be a research project that you want to do in your university. And you see, if you can support some teachers for first few years, does it help them to become better teachers? Does it help them to become better inclusive education teachers? So that's something you can do in your program. But we do need to start thinking about how universities will support in training. So its support is critical as we move forward. So this is an example. What I believe is, I think if you want to think about your graduates as, they are young kids. I mean, I'm just giving an example. As they started moving forward, you need to hold their hands and work with them for some time. That allows them to learn about and get through those difficult years. But as our university educators or teacher educators, it is our responsibilities to provide them support. I'm not saying throughout their teaching career, but first few years of their teaching career. If we can do it, it will help them become better teachers or better educators, and they can include. So moving forward, I also believe that if you really want to prepare teachers, you need to go and let them, make sure that they teach on those difficult roads. So you need to make sure that our teachers get to teach in those classrooms that are not easy. Sometimes it's very easy for you to say that, we will send you to a school where there is no problem. Actually, we should be doing the other way. We should be taking them to those classrooms where there is a lot of difficulty. Ask them to drive on those roads where there is a lot of traffic, if you really want to do it. And those our assignments should try to do it. What will you do about the challenges you are going to face in any classroom where inclusion may not be happening? What are some of the strategies you are going to apply? How will you work with parents? How will you use existing resources? What are the resources in that school? If you start doing this thing in our teacher education program, what I realize, it can make a difference. So And this should become part of our training. It should become part of our assignments. It should influence everything that we do in our teacher education program. And I also believe that if you really want to know, and anyone, I'm talking about regular classroom teachers or special education teacher, we need to start looking into student voice. Our students should tell us whether they are learning about ideas. Like, our students should tell, Ishaan should tell you whether you're a great teacher or not. So Ishaan is a very good, barometer, or it's kind of a thermometer for you to find out whether you are a great teacher or not. So ask Ishaan what you think about my teaching, if you're a brave teacher. If you can ask this thing from Ishaan, and Ishaan, Allah will tell you, this is what you are doing, but maybe you can do something better, that will make you a better teacher. The idea behind asking these questions is to learn from some of the things that Ishaan is going to tell you. Perhaps one of the most powerful ways to change your practices is to go and talk to those students who are struggling in your class. So, and we have written about it, but the reality is most of the time we find it very difficult to hear those voices, or we ignore those voices. And sometimes we ask Ishaan to leave our classroom if he's not learning. So what I'm saying is we should be doing the other way around. We should be asking students like Ishaan, or those students who are struggling, to tell us, what can we do differently? Maybe if you don't even know how to teach in that classroom, ask Ishaan, is there something I can change in the way I teach so that you are learning better in my classroom? And I think once you start doing this thing, it makes a lot of difference in the way you go with your teaching. So people ask me, Umesh, you're talking about lots of great ideas, but does it really work? And I can tell you, it works, but it takes time. It's not easy. It's not that straight away it will start working. I can share with you so many studies, and I'm not saying studies conducted only in Australia. I can share with you studies conducted in countries like Bangladesh. So we did a project in Bangladesh for 5 years, and where I was involved as a consultant in the country. And the idea behind that project was that we will work in a district, and we took all those schools in that district, started working with them, and we used this heart, head, and hands framework, where we started working with changing the practices, beliefs, and their heart, head, and hands. We worked with the Ministry of Education, we worked with the university, and we designed this program where we were very honest. We said teachers need to come to us with honest problems that they face, and we'll work with them. It took some time, but what I can tell you, within 3 years, we looked at the teacher-student outcomes in on those schools. It made a significant change in the way students were responding, the teachers were responding, and the way students were responding. And the project got an award from United Nations. The award clearly found that what was happening in a country like Bangladesh, using some of where resources are not enough, that we can apply those ideas and can change practices. So, and this thing is available online if you are interested. And I also have a short video. I don't know how much time I have, so I can show you this video from Bangladesh. So can you please tell me how much time I have now? Can you tell me how much time I have?
Sir, you have 10 more minutes, sir.
Okay, I'll show this short video for 5 minutes, and then we'll move on from here.
Okay, is it okay, sir? Okay.
Thank you.
আমি আগে স্কুলে যেতাম না, মাঝে মাঝে ডুবলি হয়, এখন আমি প্রতিদিন স্কুল যাই। আমাদের স্কুলটা খুব সুন্দর।
আগত স্কুল গেছিল না, এখন যায়।
আমার স্কুল খুব ভালো।
তো আবার জানতোই না যে স্কুলের জন্য কিভাবে কাজ করবেন লাগে। আবার তো মহিলা জানোই না, এখন কিন্তু সবকিছুই জানো।
এই এলাকার সব বাচ্চাদেরকে স্কুলে নেওয়ার দায়িত্ব আমাদের।
আমরা স্কুলের জন্য কাজ করে এসেছি।
আগে এমনটা ছিল না, প্রতিবন্ধী শিক্ষার্থী স্কুলে আসতোই না, আসলেও তার প্রজেক্ট করতো। এখন তারা নিয়মিত স্কুলে আসে এবং সব জায়গায় যেতে পারে। ব্যাপারটা কঠিন না। আমরাই করেছি এসএমসি স্টুডেন্ট কাউন্সিল এবং আমরা শিক্ষকরা।
একটি সচেতনতা, কিছু বিষয় জানা, ব্যাস। পরিকল্পনা থেকে শুরু করে এই যে দেখছেন এর বাস্তবায়ন আমরাই করি।
এত বড় ক্লাস হচ্ছে আগে নিতে আমার হিমশিম হইতে হয়, এখন আমার আর কোনো কষ্ট হয় না ক্লাস নিতে। এত বড় ক্লাস হয় না, এখন আমার কোনো সমস্যা হইতো না এখন ক্লাস নিতে। ও যে কয়েকটা কৌশল আমি জানছি, ও কৌশলের মাধ্যমে। আর ছাত্ররা খুব মনোযোগী হয়েছে ক্লাসের প্রতি, তারা খুব আনন্দ পায় ক্লাসটা নিতে, এই কৌশলে যদি আমরা ক্লাস নিই।
এরা হচ্ছে প্রতিটা সময় কাজ করতে পারে, সেটা আগে কোনো ভাবি তখন যখন শুনলাম বিশ্বাস হয়, এখন আমি জানি এবং অনেক কৌশল শিখেছি,
প্রশিক্ষণ পেয়েছি, প্রক্রিয়াটি ছিল অভিনব, শুধু তত্ত্ব আর প্র্যাকটিস না, আমার যা সমস্যা তা নিয়ে প্রশিক্ষণ।
আমার মূল লক্ষ্য ছিল যেটা আমার সমস্যা সেটা সমাধান করা।
সুন্দর সুন্দর সব সমাধান সহজেই হাত পাস করাই এখানে বড় কৌশল।
ব্রেইলও শিখছি, সাইন ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজও শিখছি। আমি এখন যে কোনো শিশুর শিকল পরিচালনা করতে প্রস্তুত।
এসএমসি অনেক কাজ, কিন্তু কাজগুলো যে ধাপে ধাপে কিভাবে করতে হয় সেটা আমি জানতাম। এখন আমি এইগুলোই জানি, কিভাবে এই কাজগুলো করে একটা স্কুলকে ধাপে ধাপে অগ্রগতির দিকে নিয়ে যাওয়া যায়, একটা 5 তারা স্কুলে পরিণত করা যায়। আমি সেই লক্ষ্যেই কাজ করে যাচ্ছি এবং আমি আশাবাদী অদূর ভবিষ্যতে আমার এই বিদ্যালয়টা একটি 5 তারা স্কুলে পরিণত হবে।
আমরা শুধু এখানে নয়, আমাদের সাথে অনেক দল আছে, কমিটি রিসার্চ টিম এবং আমাদের স্কুল ক্লাসমেটের 6টি পয়েন্টেড গ্রুপ আছে। তাদের মাধ্যমে জানতে পারি কোন বাচ্চা স্কুলে আসে কি আসে নাই, এবং স্কুলে যা কিছু সবকিছু আমার হাতে না করি। আমি আমার স্কুলে ক্যাশমেন্ট এলাকা নিয়ে একটা পরিকল্পনা করেছি। এই পরিকল্পনা অনুযায়ী ক্যাশমেন্ট এলাকায় 6টি ভাগে ভাগ করা হয়েছে। এক একটি ভাগে একটি দক্ষ টিম আছে। এই টিম শুধু স্কুলকে সহায়তা করে না, সহায়তার পাশাপাশি আরো তারা 2টি কাজ করে।
আমি একজন প্যারেন্টিং ফ্যাসিলিটেটর। গর্ভ থেকে 3 বছর বয়সী শিশুদের নিয়ে বিভিন্ন ঝুঁকি সম্পর্কে সচেতন করি, বিভিন্ন সেবা সম্পর্কে পরামর্শ দেই, বিভিন্ন কায়দায় সেসব পরিবারের সঙ্গে দেখা করি। তারপর গর্ভবতী মায়ের বিভিন্ন ঝুঁকি সম্পর্কে তাদেরকে সচেতন করি, সেবাগুলো সম্পর্কে তাদেরকে পরামর্শ দেই। আমার এলাকার সকল শিশুর হিসাব আমার কাছে আছে।
আমার একটা খাদি একটা শিশু বিকাশ কেন্দ্র 3 থেকে 5 বছরের বাচ্চাদেরকে নিয়ে আমি এখন এই কেন্দ্রটি পরিচালনা করেছি। এখানে প্রতি সপ্তাহে 5 দিন করে ক্লাস করানো হয়। প্রত্যেক দিন 2 ঘন্টা করে এখানে কেন্দ্রটা পরিচালনা করা হয়। আমি এখানে যত্নকারী, আমাদের সুপারভাইজার আছেন, তাই নিয়ে দেখাশোনা করেন। আর আমাদের স্কুলের প্রাইমারি স্কুলের প্রাথমিক একজন শিক্ষক আছেন, উনিও আমাদের দেখাশোনা করেন। বা প্রাইমারি স্কুলের হেড স্যার আছেন, উনিও আমাদের দেখাশোনা করেন। আর মাঝে মাঝে অফিসার বা বাইরের লোক, বাইরে কোনো লোক এসেও আমাদের দেখাশোনা করেন বা দেখেন কিভাবে ক্লাস করে না করে।
এসপিকে এবং পেন্টিং কার্যক্রম তদারকি প্রশিক্ষণের দায়িত্ব আমার, কারণ এই শিশুরা ভবিষ্যতে আমাদের স্কুলে যাবে, সুতরাং তাদেরকে রেডি করার দায়িত্বটাও আমার।
এভাবে ক্যাচমেন্ট এরিয়ার সকল শিশুদেরকে একটি সুসংগঠিত প্রক্রিয়ার মধ্যে নিয়ে আসা হয়েছে। আমরা
Anyway, I want to just stop here present. I mean, it's a little longer, but one other thing they want to, I mean, in this video they'll show a little later, is that students are providing feedback to the teacher in a box where it's like a teachers can't see, like, you know, who is the student who's giving feedback about them, but that made a huge difference. So teachers started reading that information, they started making changes. So what I want to say is, if we are prepared to use those ideas and the whole community comes together, the ministry comes together, we can go about and making those changes. So we have also tried these models in Australia, in countries like Solomon Island, in Fiji. So, and what we realize, it makes a difference. It changes your practices if you think about heart, head, and hands. I'm about to come to the end of my presentation, so I want to finish with few quotes. Everyone thinks of changing the world, but only few of them thinks of changing himself. And I think if you really want to change, we need to start changing with you, the starting point. We are the change that we seek. So you need to change yourself. And I also want to talk about, some of you might be interested. So we are doing a presentation. One of the major problems when we talk about inclusion is, people say, well, inclusion, sometimes can affect the academic performance of school. So there will be a seminar that will be conducting. It will be open access to anyone who wants to do so. And this will be, I mean, I can send more information to everyone, or I can send this on the YouTube link a little later. But you are most welcome to come and register for this workshop. You will get a certificate from Monash University. So we will be talking about ideas at much higher level. So that's where we have invited Mel Enskov from University of Manchester, Kiki Mesua, as well Chris Forlin, a very good colleague. All of these are very great colleagues. And we also invited a school principal and a classroom teacher, where what can we learn like from these ideas, but at a higher level. So if you are interested, it's on 26th October at 6 p.m. Melbourne time. And I might send you the link to everyone if you are interested. And I just want to make a request to all of us out. I think I'm mainly talking about teacher educators, that we should try to make inclusion. We should not make it too complex. And this is what we have done. And that's why I think a large number of teachers are struggling. We need to make it simple. So life is really simple, but we insist on making it complicated. If we can make it simple or simplify those complex ideas, teachers can apply those ideas in their classrooms. Thank you very much. You can send me an email if you have any question. You can follow me on Twitter if you have any. I mean, I keep sending messages to people if they have any interest, or you can find me on LinkedIn. Well, what I might do is I'll finish my presentation here, stop sharing, and then I'll be happy for any questions that people might have.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
For your wonderful presentation. So far, we have not received any queries, sir. If we get, definitely we'll mail. Thank you so much once again for sharing your expertise on how to go about teaching children who may not have diagnosed disability as such, but yes, they have severe learning and academic difficulties. Then how and why we need to include them in the mainstream school, and how to bring it into teacher education system. Thank you so much, sir, for that thought-provoking session. We have really learned a lot. Thank you.
You're most welcome. So I can leave now, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, you can leave. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dear participants, the The next technical session by Dr. S. Venkateshan sir will begin shortly. May I now call upon Dr. Chaumya Chandra, Assistant Professor, Department of Intellectual Disability, to introduce the resource person of the session, Dr. S. Venkateshan sir, to the audience.
So good morning once again. I'm going to introduce a person with rich knowledge in the field, at the same time, very simple and accessible to all, whoever may need his help. He is none other than Professor S. Venkateshan, and I'm going to read his brief biodata. Dr. Srinivasan Venkateshan is a professor and head, Department of Clinical Psychology, All India Institute of Speech and Hearing, Mysore, Karnataka. He has served as faculty at the National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities, Secunderabad, previously known as NIMH, for 15 years before joining the present assignment in the year 2000. He has authored 27 books, published 150 research articles, and conducted over 300 workshops for various audiences on topics related to children with special needs. An alumnus of NIMHANS Bangalore, his doctoral thesis is on development and validation of a neuropsychological test battery for adults with intellectual disabilities. A fellow of the Society for Advanced Studies in Medical Sciences, New Delhi. In psychiatry, he was honored with gold medal from the President of India in the year 1994. His areas of interest are diagnostic and intervention-based assessment in intellectual disabilities and learning disabilities, autism and multiple disabilities, advocacy, parent, teacher, and caregiver empowerment, and test construction. May I request Dr. Srinivasan sir, S. Venkateshan sir, to handle the session on disability and inclusive education in the context of current legislation and policy framework, national perspective. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Shall we begin? Today,
Yes, sir. We can see your presentation, sir.
can you hear me also?
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Can you hear me clearly? Okay, thank you. Then I can go ahead. Today, the onerous responsibility that I have been given is a very difficult topic, long heading. I'll try to condense it in 45 minutes and try to present some perspective on disability and inclusive education in the context of current legislation and policy framework, the national perspective. As usual, I'll start with one of my favorite quote, alienable rights. So the child is not something to be missed out. What shall we cover in the next half an hour or so? I'll start with some case presentation. Being a clinical psychologist, I will have a compulsion to talk about the cases of children I see. What are the insults and indignities they report to me? I'll share some of that with a heavy heart. Then I'll go briefly, not too much into it. Children with special needs, who they are, what are they, where are they, how many of them are they, and the types. I've not dwelt too much on because we must have covered all this in the introduction. Especially, I would like to highlight this paradigm shift, which is very important in understanding inclusion. The magico-religious model or charity model, the medical model, and the human rights model. Then I will go into the impacts of the changing perspectives. What is happening? How it is impacted, particularly inclusion. Which areas, what levels. One highlight, particularly for our country, is the child protection policy. I would like to talk on that. Then coming to the legal enactments ongoing, proposed, and happening in the country. Then what are the programs, entitlements, benefits, briefly of course, and what are the hurdles in implementation and recommendations. I'll end up with a epilogue. Now, coming to case examples, there are many. Every day I have an example of 5 or 10 children at least. I can't say all of them. I'll just highlight a few. Some of the children who come to me, varied of them, but for example, is a child with hearing loss and visual impairment. Now, he comes to us and what ask? The child asks. Very tough to answer that question. Then I have a child with autism and behavioral problem. All that he needs is a prompt. When he is writing in Kannada, of course, Bari means write. Then he will write. Then he will write for a few seconds or a minute. Then he loses focus. Then again somebody should say write. Then he will write for a few minutes. So this is the requirement for this child. He doesn't require anything more than that. And this is a special category. Then I have a child with intellectual disability where there are resistance in the school.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah.
Sir, your voice is not clear, sir. At the same time, your PPT is blinking, sir. We are unable to see the PPT at a time.
Is the PPT clear now? Hello.
Yes, sir. Sir, still it is blinking, sir.
Which one the PPTs, huh? Now,
Again, the same issues is coming, sir.
which one, the PPT? Is it still? Because here
Yeah, still
I
it is.
don't find
Yes,
it.
sir. Still it is there.
I mean, the PPT is visible or not visible at all, or how is it?
PPT is visible, sir. It is blinking and it is coming and it is going, sir. Again, it is going. Like that, it is coming, sir.
Because here it's quite clear, it's not like that. Give me 2 minutes, I'll log into our voice is clear, no problem.
Yes, sir. Now voice is clear, sir.
Voice is clear, but it is
Sir, instead of going for slideshow mode, you can present it in the actual mode itself. You can present. Just you try, sir, in that way.
No, what I can do is I'll talk anyway. Later I will share this PPT to you and give it to all the participants who are in. We'll try because you may lose out time. Voice is clear, you're saying, so I can speak. Then, can speak. Now is it okay? We did some adjustments.
Now we unable to see your presentation, sir. We are waiting.
PPTs are visible now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can present in this mode, sir.
What we are.
Yes, sir.
Or you can see the PPT also.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. The blinking is not coming now.
Or okay, and my voice is also clear. Shall I continue?
Yeah, sir. Now we can continue, sir. Now we can see. Still, the problem is coming,
Right.
sir. The blinking is coming.
Which one that blinking?
Again, sir, in this mode you can present, sir. Now it is okay, sir. In this way you can present so that we can see the PPT.
Right. Because when you are doing full screen, what your complaint is coming, and I am doing in this screen, it's okay then, so long as it's clear. Okay, sorry for all the interruption. So I'll continue in this mode only. Thank you. So we were talking about the various case examples, and then I was talking to you that there are these are the things we will cover. This is what I started off in the introduction. Now, case examples. So we have lots of examples of children coming with one or the other issue, and we have to talk about the inclusion issue. Take, for example, a child who comes with a borderline intelligence, who has a very borderline hearing problem, a very borderline visual problem. He doesn't fit into any category for that matter, but he requires some concessions and facility, and our law doesn't permit anything for him because he doesn't come fix it into any category. So these are some instances on day-to-day basis we get into. Now I like to highlight for the audience a very important difference: equality and equity. Probably the picture says it all more than what I have to explain. Many times we mistake equality as a truth. The world is not equal. Not all human beings are equal. Probably there is a lot of difference, and individual differences are the truth, and that's understood and accepted in the field of psychology. But given the individual differences, what best we can arrive at or look for is equity, as shown in this picture. So equality is a myth that can never be achieved, and that too for the context of children with special needs, there can never be equality, and they can be not only with special needs, any marginalized population. Take for example transgenders, take for example the women, take for example the rural group, any population who are marginalized, they can be thought of and talked about equity rather than equality. Okay, what are the insults and indignities I hear often? One thing is, the children complain to us, or the parents complain that children are made to sit separately, or they are made to sit on the floor. There was one school from where I got a complaint that they had to tonsure the head of children who are coming under the RTE quota, Right to Education Act quota. There is a separate quota we have. In that, who our children join, those children are made to sit separately. There's a lot of discrimination happening on ground which comes to our notice. Probably there are some environmental and attitudinal barriers also. Teachers say we have enough of work to do with the general children only. Where is the question of taking these boys and girls? So we don't want them. Better you go to the special school or keep them back at home. Then there is also small adjustments they need to do. For example, a partially sighted child requires probably font size of the question paper needs to be likely enlarged. But teachers say, no, why should I give that special facility for this child when everybody is struggling with that? So it's a question of slightly adjusting one's way of looking at these problems that makes all this. So there is a lot of resistance in the outside world for these children. Prompter facility, I was just mentioning a child, where all that he requires is a prompter. He doesn't require a writer also. So a prompter is enough, and one child, in fact, with a lot of struggle, he got it, and he completed his degree also later. But we have to convince a lot to the school that prompter is what is required for it. So these are some very important issues. Multiple choice questions, for example, is much required for some children. So, but schools say, no, we can't give that. He has to write essay, write questions only. So, all this kind of insults and ignorance. Recently, I had done a study on some cases who come here, and we found a lot of coercion is also used upon these children. The study is available. I'll give you the reference later. We called it as the coercion study, where I found more than 75 tactics were reported by parents, teachers, or other significant stakeholders, which they use knowingly or unknowingly on such children. What happens in all this is the adults have an agenda that the child should do this, he must learn this, he must attend school, he must study. So they have an agenda. That agenda should be followed by the child. We never ask the child, we only ask the parents. We interview the parents. In fact, an argument that I have been proposing recently in some of my articles is we have a diagnostic classification system for children. We have an ICD, we have a DSM, we have all the classification, we classify children. But my question is, do we have a classification system for the parents? No. Do we have a classification system for the teachers? No. Do we have a system where you can label them? We never make a case file for the parents. We never make a case file for the other stakeholders. My argument is, why do we only look at the child as the victim of all this? And in this coercion study, I've made a list of 75 tactics, some of which really bring tears in our eyes, where they have used systems or procedures or tactics like restraint, excesses. Excesses, for example, one child was told to stand in hot sun because he's not doing good. Or somebody will accuse, some will scapegoat. You can leisurely go through this PowerPoint and see some are denied, some are surveillance, some means some follow them and check where they are going, what they are doing. What I'm saying is, a lot of things the adults do, knowingly or unknowingly, to keep the child on track. Children with special needs or persons with special needs, who is a big list, as you all probably know. Now the government of India recognizes 21 such disabilities, and I will not read all that. Include in that some unknown or less known children with chronic illnesses, children who are abandoned, children who are orphaned, children who are victims of violence, children of HIV. These are some examples I've listed here who come to us are vulnerable children, but many of them do not have a nomenclature and a real, what do you call, classification and say you get this benefit or don't get. Children of railway accident, children of bomb blast. Recently in Bangalore, a girl suffered a victim of bomb blast. Suicide attempts, parent suicide attempt. So what is happening to the inclusion of these children is something we all must sit and think about. This is the list which we know and we are familiar, the Rights to Persons with Disability Act, the 21 design. Quickly, let's go into the paradigm shift. Traditionally, lay people have a model of looking at children with special needs or persons with special needs. We call that as magical religious model or the charity model. What happens in this layman's model is they look at disability as a curse of God. It is a supernatural happening. It is something like you to feel pity or sympathy for these children. They did something bad in their past janma. Therefore, God has punished them. And probably somebody kicked the goddess Saraswati. So this year, this janma, he became learning disabled. Probably he made faces at monkeys. Therefore, this Janma he became a cleft palate child. So, like this, people have a lot of understanding of the last Janma and this Janma, and they come and tell me we can't do anything about this because what all bad sins we committed. That is why it is like this. And this transfers to the child's mind also. And many of the children also come and tell me, since I did something wrong, that's why I'm doing this. That's why I'm like this. And they have solutions also. The magical religious model of looking at this problem, they have solutions. They think that if you do a puja or a pujaskara or something to do with reading a mantra or visiting a mosque or a church will solve the problem. So that is a magical religious model. As a cultural factor in India, we must all appreciate this, not agree with it. We must appreciate it, and in our day-to-day dealings with the children and the stakeholders, we must also consider it. When a mother comes and tells me it is a child with behavior problem, I ask her, why do you think he is having this behavior problem? So she says, maybe in my last janma, I killed 2 monkeys. That is why I am blessed with a child who is ADHD, attention deficit disorder. So that's why I read Hanuman Chalisa daily so that the ADHD is cured. Now, when she talks to me like this, what should I understand? I should understand, I should respect her sentiment, but at the same time take her to a different level and train her or prepare her. So this is an example I just told in the running. Medical model. Most of us are plagued with the medical model. The doctors and the white coat people, what they say, they don't believe in magical religions. They say it's all because of organic causes. Somebody is an LD because of some neurotransmitter problem. Somebody is a mentally challenged because there is a issue in the brain or in the chromosomes. So the medical model often looks for something down the chromosomes, down the hormones, down the biology, and then they try to say that is the why the child or the person is suffering from this. Now, medical model is very fantastic because it's grown very high. All the things are looked upon, and they look at it as genes, look at it as some biochemistry, and they have developed the classification systems. They have a DSM, they have an ICD, all this talk of diseases, and they blame everything to disease, and disability itself is a outcome of a disease. A medical model has its own limitations. It also spreads a kind of a Ayo Papa, means sorry, sympathy, and they blame a cause. So medical model. The latest is probably the rights-based model, which doesn't believe in magical religious, doesn't believe in medical model. What they say is really there is no problem in the child or the person with disability itself. There's a problem in the system. There's a problem in the environment. There's a problem in the school. There's a problem at home. There are problems in the parents, but not in the child. The rights-based model is totally out. For example, if there is a dwarf who cannot operate on a switchboard which is kept at 4 feet high, what would you say? You say he is a dwarf. And by the magico-religious model, you may call him Vamana Avtara. By medical model, you call him dwarf. But the human rights model says neither is a representative of Vamana nor a medical reason, but because there is a problem with the switchboard. The switchboard should have been kept at 2 feet high and you would have operated it. So you make announcements in the railway station, the hard of hearing cannot hear it. Then he has to take somebody's help. The problem is not with him. The problem is in the announcement. Rather, there should be a pictograph where you could read and go. So if you look at it, you make a syllabus out of CBSE, ICSE and all. Then you ask all the children to read that. And so-called child with learning disability can't do. Then you say he's learning disabled, he's spelling disabled, he's not reading disabled. The system is disabled because you have not made a syllabus that tunes. He's good at playing guitar, he's good at karate, he's a black belt in karate, but was karate one of your subjects in CBSE? No. So the human rights model looks at the whole phenomena in a different perspective, and which is probably very important to talk about inclusion. Next, I just mentioned this one. The medical model has gone so ahead that they have an international classification of impairments, disability, they have an ICF, they have an ICD. So they have got an elaborate system to support them. And we are all familiar, impairment, disability, handicap. I will not waste time on recapitulating all this. But you must have the common links in between this. An impairment is only a loss. A disability is a functional element of it. An handicap is a social disadvantage, social element. So we must focus probably on the social element. Handicap is a bigger problem for us than even the basic disability and the impairment. We must also be very clear in distinguishing between disabilities, disease, disorders, deviance, and difference. A small difference should not be immediately labeled as disability. A small deviance is not necessarily a disability. There are instances where there could be small deviances, and I have seen such cases have been given overarching diagnosis, treatments have been given, they have gone to very, very severe forms of treatments also, which was not required or not. There is a case I remember where we tried stem cell therapy as for spending 10 12 lakh for a child who was little different in his behavior, and probably that was not called for. Let's quickly go into this, which most of you special educators might be aware. The difference between seclusion or segregation, where simple moral is, sorry, no admission, you better stay at home. Separation, sorry, no admission, but you could go to the special school. Integration, somewhere in the 80s and 90s, where welcome, but you have to put an extra effort to adjust to the other kids and the system in the school. So the onus is on the child how to adjust in integration. We used to have a project on integrated education for the disabled in those days. Now we don't talk of all this, we talk of inclusion. Inclusion means rather than the child, the system will try to adjust. Okay, you cannot do that, you will make you do what you can. So rather you don't look at and make a list of what the child cannot do, you make a list of what he can do and give opportunities for that. And definitely most of our children can do very many things if you go in this mode. So that is the clear difference between segregation or separate seclusion, and next is integration, and the third is inclusion. So we are talking of the third degree, that is the inclusion, which is now. So it comes in a hierarchy like this. So what we are now talking of is inclusion and not the earlier ones. So all of us must be very clear about the distinction between these three good examples. Okay, inclusion is not something just putting one or two children in a class and saying we are an inclusive school. Inclusion is not having special units and say this is what in the mainstream we do this. Inclusion is not that. Inclusion is not simply moving the children to the mainstream. So many times what happens, there will be some training school or a preschool where they train the children for a few years. Suddenly one day they pluck them from there, put him in the regular school and said we have included. Not at all. There is a lot of issues in how to make them and how to follow them up, how to monitor them, how transition issues are to be addressed. So all this is a larger game plan of inclusion. So inclusion is not simply transplanting one child from one end to another. Okay, so there are also types of inclusion, not necessarily physical, where you just put the child in the group. Social inclusion. We can talk of inclusion not necessarily for disability. It can happen to gender inclusion, language inclusion, religious inclusion, especially in our country. Certain religions have a discrimination, caste discrimination happens. So inclusion is much more than what it is.
Excuse me, sir. Sir,
Yes.
sorry for the interruption. Sir, in below the sir PPT, it is not visible. This is a response from the audience. Sir, sir, could you please increase the percentage? Screen. Yeah, sir.
Now it is.
Sir, now if it is make it a slideshow mode, it is blinking, sir. Could you please increase the percentage? You can
Downside, down menu.
sir, down menu you can see that 50% is there now, sir.
Now, yeah.
70%. Make it to 100, sir.
Yeah.
80%.
Okay.
Again, sir.
100, make it 100.
Again 90%, sir. Yes, sir. Now it is okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So we were talking about inclusion. It can be attitudinal inclusion, economic inclusion, functional or non-functional inclusion, full or partial inclusion, probably even a severe, profoundly intellectually challenged child, for example, could be in the name role of a school, neighborhood school, and he may not sit in the class, he may not be there all the time in the school, probably on important days, on an Independence Day, or on a Republic Day, or a school function day, he is made to come there, look at other children, be with them, spend some time, eat something, and go back home. That's also one type of partial inclusion which can be thought of. So don't always think there should be curriculum inclusion. Every child must necessarily be part of a school. So now let's quickly go into various areas for this inclusion. Inclusion issues come not only in the school, home also we have experienced inclusion issues are there, and school also they have, in the school place of work they have, everywhere inclusion issues can come. And in that process, barriers are the major issue. I already hinted there can be physical barriers, attitudinal barriers, social barriers, all this. So here we have to talk of quite at length, probably not now, that every environment must be made barrier free. When I'm talking of barrier free, don't think that simply constructing a ramp at the end of a school while the gate is half a furlong away and that is becoming a barrier free environment. Many schools have been seen where the gate will be half or 1 furlong away, the main building will be 1 furlong away, in between the road is not accessible, and near the building of the school they have made a ramp and they claim that they have become barrier free, they have made a ramp. That's only a symbolic attempt, but it's not really an inclusion. So there are a lot of issues about access auditing the school, the toilets, the furniture, everything. So of course today we don't have time for that. I'm just highlighting all these are very critical issues providing equal opportunities to these children. Now talking of inclusion, home, these are some of the areas. For example, we get some examples of parents. One case I still vividly remember, where a brother-in-law comes to me and says, in the family there is one person with Down syndrome, and he doesn't want that boy to stay at home because his son or newly born daughter may get affected. He says, you tell the other family members, put him away from the home so that my child doesn't get affected. So his intentions were okay, but his actions were not so. So what happens in the home also, there will be a lot of resistance to have these people, and especially if they are mentally ill, if they are special, not necessarily physically challenged alone. So you find a lot of resistance. Parents or family members want to cast away these children. School inclusion and school problems, probably most of you know. Play group, Many of our children love to watch children play. They want to join. They stand at the window and look at other children play. When they go to play with them, the children shoo them away. They say he's not good for us. He doesn't understand the rules of game. So you find a lot of peer group exclusion also happens. Playground exclusion happens. Many PT teachers I've seen in the school, first you study and then get marks. Then you can come and join the games, they say. So the child is left out. Same way for work and vocation also, a special person is definitely denied the same pay. They put him for half a day work, or they pay him half, or they say he is not fit for full employment. So all this you find is depriving of their work and vocation. Health, there are cases where I come across where an elder brother comes and tells me, "You give a certificate so that I can take her kidney and use it for myself because I have got a damaged kidney and my mentally challenged sister. Anyway, she is mentally challenged. Can I take off her kidney just like that?" And I say, you can't. How? Because she has to give a consent, and if she cannot, you cannot. No, but I look after her. She is my sister after all. No, that doesn't mean you have a total right on her organ and you can take. So you find issues coming up like the delicate issue where people think they have a total right on the people around them. Sexuality, marriage, and gender relations is something very common. A very common happening in my clinic is that you find intellectually challenged girl without informing has been married off, or an intellectually challenged boy is married off. Then suddenly later they discover they've been duped. Then they come and say a court case. Then we have to go and tell them and tell the court. Court half understands many of these conditions. They don't know what is mental retardation. They don't know idiots. They know probably idiot. They know imbecile. They call them names. So what I'm saying is there's a lot of issues coming in inclusion in terms of sexuality, marriage, interrelation. Travel and tourism. Look at the tourist places. How many public places? How many of these centers are disability friendly? Disability friendly, I'm not talking only access friendly. Even there have been instances where the people with children having special need have been denied entries and exits in airports or in the air. They say, no, no, this side cannot come. It's a security threat. There was one case I read recently. So what I'm saying is community systems have to be also in that. Then we have further happening, and these are the examples I've told. So parenting. Many parents suffer. What if my other children also get affected having this type of a boy or a girl? The predicament of a mother. Many are divorced. I have instances here, many parents, many mothers who take a house and stay in Mysore and with a condition rider from the husband, we give you 1 year, make the boy all right, then only you can come back home. If he doesn't get all right in 1 year, we will not take you back. Probably you can be remaining there only. So what happens? The mother is too much in pressure. She keeps on asking me, "Sir, will 1 year be enough to make this boy normal? Will I can I go back and join my husband or my family? They have given me just 1 year time to make him all right." So you can see the pressure on the mother, how it is to get back to the family. Same is not untrue for fathers also. They prefer not to socialize. Having a special child at home, many people will not like to call their friends home. They find it's a big burden to have such a child. So siblings are not to be excluded. Siblings also have a lot of exclusion. Having a younger brother or elder brother who is challenged at home, they are unable to bring their friends home. They cannot go to others' friends home. So we have done a lot of projects to see what are the sibling. A sibling is one entity which is never studied. We always call the child, we call the mother, we call the parent, but the sibling stays outside the gate of the institute. That means we never study them. We don't think they have a problem to be studied at all. And we take it for granted all siblings are okay. Not necessarily. Having a sibling, special needs child is very, very taxing on the sibling also. Grandparents. Grandparents are the vanishing entity nowadays in our country. Nonetheless, we find grandparents also have a very important inclusion or a Many times grandparents are used for some years. When they themselves lose their health, they are no more required in the family. So these are some of the things. So we have impacts on the schooling also. In the schooling, what happens, as you are more aware, separate seating, corporal punishment is given, discriminations are made, and all that. So teachers also knowingly or unknowingly trouble them. So the school is also one another thing. Okay, next. We will see there are refusal for school admission. There are separate seating, as I said. There will be denial of examination reforms. Many of them are failed when there is a zero detention policy. Many are punished, discriminated, denied. All these things are happening. So you find work and vocation, I already mentioned. So there are instances where such children are made fun. And there is in fact one instance I have right under my nose where a boy with special need is given only half a pay and half the work, although he is paid to work full day. So that's because they believe that he can't work full day. Or he works full day, but he is not entitled for full day benefits. So there are also instances of children who are abandoned. There are differential wages. So all these are there. So health facilities. If you look at the health facilities also, you all are aware, hysterectomy was a major issue for quite some time. And even now, what happens, many mothers come and say, my teenage intellectually challenged girl, can we do something to remove the uterus so that she will not have the problem of periods? Now I ask them, will you agree to somebody plucking off your ear or eyes? Will you agree? No. So similar like that, without taking the cognizance of the child. So these are some decisions parents take, and this is idea is that they cannot include all these issues. So these are some of this is a major issue. Sexuality and gender relations. Here again, in many places in the public also, we find how to behave. Many of our children don't know, or they have not done. They have not been trained to do that. So these issues also come up. Marriage is thought to be a cure in our country for all these, and then they conceal and marry them off. Now afterwards, they face a lot of problems. Human trafficking or child sexual abuse is one of the most, although underreported, on children with special needs, and usually it happens from home and by some member in the house itself. And these are becoming very common, especially in the pandemic time. We find this is more common now. So earlier, if it was 1 or 2 cases in 3 months, now I am getting 4 to 6 cases in every month. So which means the pandemic has made accessibility for incestuous relationships and all this. So community systems also, to make it more inclusive, requires more accessibility, not only in public places, in tourist places, in transport, in voting and citizenship also. So especially for intellectually challenged children, we have to see that they have to be given, they have been given, but you have to empower them to vote, train them to vote. So community-wise also, there are instances we have come across where the children have been locked. They have been locked and kept at home. Probably you must have heard the recent case in Bombay where a person with schizophrenia and had a paranoid schizophrenia. He had kept his spouse and children locked in the house for nearly 15 years. When just one furlong away from his house, there was a psychiatrist. He doubted and then he didn't allow them to go out of the house itself. So you can have closets. They are kept in the room. They are kept locked in the house. We also come across a lot of children who are locked and they are locked in the house and parents go for work. So there is no way we can leave them. Public transport is also another thing. They generally don't want to entertain having these children. So these are all some important points that I wanted to highlight. So in this short time, quickly let's go into some of the movements. Declaration of Rights of the Mentally Retarded Person is something happened very early in 1970s. International Year of the Disabled Persons happened in 1980. International Decade of the Disabled Persons happened for 10 years at that time. There was an UNCRPD which came up later. So these are all statements which involve outlining what are the guidelines, how to do at the international level. They have impacted our country also. We have also learned something from them. We are also trying to do some from that. Some of the recent things that are happening is the Right to Education Act, which came up recently, and now we also have the child protection policy. The policy, for example, is important to in every school that they have to protect every child and the children. There is a study also in 2011 which shows that not many schools have really separate toilets for boys and girls. It's quite evident that there is no water facility available. All these I have made a big list here. So what I am trying to put across is this is the scale. Take the example of school counselors. Less than 2% of the schools have official, although the CBSE mandate, every school must have 2 counselors minimum. But I did a survey in Bangalore for many international schools, 100 of them. I found less than 3% of the schools had school counselors. That to train for them. So you find nothing is there. Nobody asks them, but they continue to have such children. Next. When you have such kind of issues, there are also forums where you can go and complain. We'll come to that. I'm quickly going into the legal enactments briefly. In India, one of the oldest acts we have is the Indian Lunacy Act. This is the British Raj time they had, and that act was majorly made to discriminate or differentiate between the mentally retarded and the mentally ill. And the lunatics were the mentally ill because of the lunar effect, the moon effect. Some of them who were having in Amavasya, Purnima, some changes in their behavior, they were called lunatic. Whereas those who did not have that seasonal fluctuation, they were called idiots. Idiots, they were referring to the mentally challenged. The lunatics were those who were mentally ill. And the lunatics could inherit property by the 1920 or 1912 Act, whereas the idiots cannot inherit property. This law was till 1987 when the new Mental Health Act came up. When the new Mental Health Act came up, it had talked a lot about the mental illness, but unfortunately they left out the mentally retarded or the intellectually disabled. Then we all had to fight and bring a new act in 1995, the RPWD Act. Now RPWD Act also is now changed and now it's now become a new act and all that is happening. Then we have the National Trust for Children with Autism. Now there is a right for compulsory education, I already said. So these are some of the laws that are in place. There is also a national building code in India, many of us don't know. It clearly mandates that every public building should be disability friendly. And it should have certain specifications are given for how toilets have to be built, how common places have to be there, how an entrance has to be there. Have a look at this. You will find everything is there on paper. How many of them and what happens if they don't follow it something is not there. Then Consumer Protection Act is also there. Now the parents who come to us are in one way consumers. What if they don't get satisfaction from our service? Can they sue the professionals? That is something we all have to think. Then Juvenile Justice Act, frequently it is also revised and all that. So there is some quota for that. Then we have Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan on and off coming up with different priorities. Once they go for primary school children, suddenly they shift off to middle school children. Now they go for high school children. So all these government programs, policies are there which guarantee something or the other for the disabled. Recently, in the Indian initiative, we have come across what you call the new thing, the NEP, the New Education Policy or the National Education Policy 2020. Now, I was closely observing and seeing all this. Actually, the NEP starts from an old version in 1968 when Srimati Indira Gandhi gave the policy. In 1986, Rajiv Gandhi gave a version of it. P.V. Narasimha Rao gave it in 1992. Now Modi ji has given another new version to this 2020. Now, if you closely read this and disability, what happens is there is no mention of intellectual disability at all in the new education policy. There are so many other things, the 5+3+3, the sports system, all that is there. Teaching in mother tongue is there, etc. etc. Everything is good. But what about the children with special? There is some talk about children with hearing impairment. There is child with the blindness is also well talked about. They also talk about sign language and braille being included. But I am more worried about the children with intellectual disabilities and special needs of the type we see, where no mention is there. So this is another issue we have to think of, the new education policy, how it shapes up. There is in this new policy, more importance is given to open schools. Now, open schools and our children, what happens is something really we need to, which kind of open school? Are the open school made in tune for these children with special needs is something need to be really debated. A separate workshop or seminar is required on that. So you can see the NEP versus the children with intellectual disability is something I'm more concerned about. You all remember the ACER report, which says even the normal children, the regular children, do not cross more than 4th grade, and 50% of them are better off in that way only. So you find the NEP has to be really shaped up to meet the needs of children with intellectual and developmental disability. And the special school narrative is also completely missing in the NEP. It is not at all there. So you have to rethink. It's the job of special educators, you, me, all of us to redo something about the NEP. And SLD is indeed mentioned in NEP, but they do not talk much about autism, etc., etc. So there is a lot of full terms and there is a lot of confusion in the way they use the word integration, inclusion, mitigation and rehabilitation and now how we define them. There is also the word Divyang, something now they have added. So there is a lot of nomenclature issues also and children with transgender problems, girl child, all these are some issues. So I have just mentioned this. Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, as you know, is a major policy statement is on inclusion. Next, we will go to law, other additional laws. We have some family related laws also where protection is given against physical battery, branding, chaining, magical religious treatment, but it is all there. But even today, I come across from Gulbarga, North Karnataka instances where developmentally delayed children are thrown from a height of 20, 30 feet below on a chadar or on a bedsheet so that they will get cured. Some of these children are made to stand inside the sand for hours together to cure their physical problem. All these things are happening in the name of magical religious treatment. We have property rights, inheritance there, guardianship issues which come to me daily, regular basis, then marriage rights. So all these are very important points that we can discuss at length. Then we have many of these mentally challenged people who work in some places for no payment at all. Probably they will be given 3 times or 2 times food and some clothes. And I've seen many Daba employees, at least down Bangalore, Mysore Road, where they work like almost 100 days. They are not paid anything at all. There is no minimum wages act on them. There is different, no payment at all for them. And the parents have just left them to them and then gone. And there are no fights. There are nobody to fight for this their social justice. Now, legality to witness. Can many of these children become witness? Not at all. They are said to be incapable of being a witness. So, in the court cases that I have seen, they say the mentally challenged cannot stand for witness. Even if there is a case of sexual molestation, what they say doesn't really stand because they cannot speak. They call them moogie. They call them dumb. They call them deaf, irrespective of whatever they are. Victims of rape is very common, and they are abused like anything. So these are some of. Now, quickly, short time, and the 5 minutes, I'll cover what are the entitlements. Some of the entitlements they have in education, particularly, as you probably know, are exemption of some subjects, studying of alternate subjects, or having a shadow teacher, having a prompter, or minimizing the portion.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, you can take 5 more minutes.
So then you have a discussion, question answer if you want. That's why I'm cutting short. So these are some of the entitlements. So they're giving extra time, 30 to 45 minutes. For all this, they come to us for a certificate or a report, which we give, and depending on a case by case mode, we would rather suggest this and also give them options of going on asking for this. And they get this is there. Next, they also have some exemptions related to some subjects or taking one subject in place of another, objective type questions. They have CCE, some differences are there. So all this is a quick overview of what they can get. Next, we have also no denial of admission, but this happens in practice very rarely. There are many cases I come across where they deny, then we give a report and tell them we fight it out, then they come back and say they got it later, and they give an admission for short time and then they hold them back, they detain them, they expel them. So all these things happen when it comes to the children with special needs. Then there have been cases, I've written a couple of examples here, where those who have fought, gone to the courts, gone to the High Court, or one case has even gone to Supreme Court, they have won. And they have won credibly, and they are doing better off now. Their quality of life is much better. Now, what are the hurdles in implementation? All this, as I have been saying from the beginning, it's a matter of the heart more than the mind. We may have seminar and talk all of it. One has to talk of the heart to help these special needs people. The heart should be where you are overflowing or outflowing the apathy. There are a lot of caste and class bias. I'm sorry to say this, but there are schools where inclusion happens for children with special needs belonging to their own class or caste, but not for the some others. But I cannot say in a public forum like this, but still, that's what is the reality. There are a lot of obstructions that are placed. Teachers, students, or fellow students, or sometimes the parents of other fellow parents. All these are some of the hurdles in our country which is coming in the way of optimizing whatever we are planning on paper. Corruption is a very big issue in our country. There is no accountability. We just pass it on. We have a chanta hai attitude. It's okay, let it be like that. It happens like that. Who is bothered about these children? When normal people are unable to get a job, what are you talking about jobs for these special people? People ask me. There is no enforcement staff. Big institutions we have, how many staff members we have to monitor all this. There is poor coordination among ministries. Some law is passed by the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. It comes and then in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, they don't gel. What they say doesn't right hand doesn't know left hand. Left hand doesn't know right hand. These are some issues I am seeing because of which problems do come. We have not only that, such cases when they come, I suggest as much as possible to go and report, record the cases, report, have the evidence in place, and then you report. There are places to report, maybe the Persons with Disabilities Commissioner, or now the courts have started the DLSA, District Legal Services Authority. There you can go and claim, make a claim there. So in India, we have come, all the courts have one wing for the disability segment, and you can tell all the people to go and complain or they approach the DLSA in your respective districts. The DLSA is taken upon itself everywhere. So there is a complete cell also for all that. So all these things are now beginning to shape up. Next. NIOS. I want to have a quick last word on NIOS. NIOS is coming up, but not to the great expectations we have. NIOS has ended up into something like a school in a different way. It's like a regular school. See, you find 40 subjects in NIS, I agree. Most of them are all the regular ones. Maybe for children who are out of school, that's fine. For children with special needs, particularly those with intellectual and developmental disability or autism, NIS really, those subjects have no meaning at all. Probably the children with learning disabilities also require NIS, some subjects like really including game. I would have loved NIS should have something to do with gaming, something to do with playing on gadgets. Those kind of subjects would have been better off for our children, but they should have something to do with a paper on shuttle badminton or probably a paper on all these kind of cooking. So more than the theory based, they should have been something practical oriented, and credit should have been awarded based on what is learned in that. So this is something we have to really work on. Now I'll end up giving only 2-3 minutes time. Some searching questions. I frequently come across children or adults. A 25-year-old girl comes to me whose mental age is hardly 7 or 8 years, and she is a victim of rape or an incest at home. And when I go to the court, they ask me, how old is she? She is now 25 years. And the law says she is 25 years, it's an adult rape. I keep pleading the law there. No, actually she is 25 years, but actually it's a question of child rape. So she is mentally only 6-7 years. But the law doesn't look at the mental age, they look at the physical age. So I say there is an 8-year child who has suffered an injury, but the law takes it as a 25-year-old. And the cross-examination happened where the public prosecutor asked me, she is a 25-year-old child, how do you say she is 8 years? How do you say she is a child? So her mental age, the concept of mental age vis-a-vis law is something really needs to be invented. This is a question I'm always thinking aloud. I too don't have an answer. So we have, there is a need probably for a more separate ministry. The legal vacuums have to be thought about. We have to fill a lot of gaps there. All this is a very serious topic which we need to. And in all this, the self-help groups we have to play a more dynamic role. Parents groups. We do have a Parivar is there, which looks into the needs. So all this needs to be worked out, and these are some of the places where you can go to complain. There is a Chief Commissioner of Disabilities, a National Commissioner is there, we have a National Open School, but all these needs to optimize more, come to tune with the present day situation. And given this pandemic now, we have totally different issues. My issues today are how to do an assessment of these children who are at home, who have very less accessibility, who have no internet facility, there is no internet penetration, they cannot handle all these gadgets. How do we assess them? We are trying our best, we are doing and developing some modules on that. But the pandemic has made more things more challenging, more difficult, especially for all these special needs people, because they are further got into the lockdown. Well, they were in kind of lockdown earlier also, but they have become all the more lockdown now, and we are unable to access them for social distancing, or maybe they don't know the pandemic etiquette, or they don't know how to maintain hygiene. So all these issues, they are losing jobs more than the others, and their behavior problems are doubling day by day. So what are the challenges for the children with special needs vis-a-vis the pandemic is something of a very serious thought we must all give. So for the time being to stop, I just want to use this saying, we must all work to make the world worthy of its children. So this is the thing, and thank you very much for listening. My time was 12, I have stopped exactly at 12, I suppose, but I am open to some questions, clarification. I know the topic is extensive, time is too short. I tried my best to just take glimpses here and there, highlight some things, and that too in a virtual mode. You have all these technical glitches also. I tried my best. Hope it was okay. And so please join for any more questions, clarifications, suggestions, etc.
Thank you so much, sir, for a thought-provoking, wonderful session. Started from equality and equity, the human rights model, changing perspectives from isolation to inclusion, legal enactments from 1912 to NP 2020. We talked about additional and supportive laws, and finally, hurdles in implementation. And finally, a very important topic you talked about, that is legal vacuum. It was absolutely clear and wonderful, excellent presentation, sir. We have not received any query. Instead, we are getting compliments. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. But only this is a new experience for me also, doing it in a virtual way. All the time I've been doing face to face. I think it's
Yes,
good.
sir, it happens, sir. But you wonderfully presented, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Dear participants, there is an information about e-conference. We would like to inform you that 207 participants are watching this e-conference through YouTube channel provided by Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, and about 15 people are accessing through Google Meet link. Yesterday, YouTube channel of our program watched by 1.6K viewers. Thank you. May I now request Mrs. S.N. Amsapriya, Assistant Professor, Department of Hearing Impairment, Faculty of Disability Management and Special Education, to introduce the resource person of this session, Mr. Ahil Pal, to the audience.
Thank you, Dhanama. Good afternoon, all. I am happy and proud to say a few words about Mr. Akhil S. Pal. Mr. Akhil Pal is the director and founder member of Friends International India. He is the former vice president of Deaf Blind International, a world association promoting services for deaf blind people. He is also the founder member of the board of the National Trust for Welfare of People with Autism, Cerebral Palsy, Mental Retardation, and Multiple Disabilities. He is also the recipient of HSBC Indo-British Award in the year 2003 for outstanding services to deaf-blind people in India. He has also received the Young Leader Award in the Community Service and Social Upliftment category at IMM Lucknow. Now I request Mr. Akhil Pal to start the session on a review of main provisions of UNCRPD RTE Act 2009, RPWD Act 2016, and NPE 2020. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And a big thanks to my dear friend and Dean Mutaya for this kind invitation to come and share with you a little bit of information on various national, international issues, policies, and also a little bit more about NEP. We just heard a very eminent speaker, Shri Srinivasan Venkateswaran sir. He has actually covered quite a bit of information, which already I wanted to share with you. So I'm going to skip through slides of mine to make sure that we do not repeat what has already been said by sir at the moment, and hopefully we will be able to have some discussion afterwards as well. So please allow me to start my presentation. Hope you can see that. Can you see my presentation, ma'am?
No, sir.
Okay, give me a second. Yeah, can you
Yeah,
see
sir.
now?
Now we can see the PPT, sir. It is coming.
Okay. So this is about, international declarations, national policies in promoting inclusive education. That's the subject, and I'm going to share with you with special reference to the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, Right to Education Act, and also RPWD Act, Rights for Persons with Disability Act 2016, and the National Policy on Education, which has just come I think last month only. So when we talk today in this pandemic situation, it is also important to look at some of the developments which are happening due to COVID-19. And there is a organization called Include Me Too, which is a global organization. They have done a global statement for children and people with young people with disabilities. So I'm going to share a couple of slides on that. And then we'll talk about the provisions of CRPD, which we got in 2006. Then we'll talk about the provisions of the RT Act and the amendments therein, followed by Rights of Persons with Disability Act. And as you know, as Sir before me also shared with you about the education policies in our country. So first one came in 1968. That was the first policy for Free India, and which talked about more on radical restructuring of the nation for national integration and compulsory education for all up to age of 14. And this is the same policy in the 1974, which gave birth to education for children with disabilities. And that came as a centrally sponsored scheme of IEDC, Integrated Education for Children with Disabilities. And this also gave the 1968 policy also talked about 3-language formula. And I mean, in the new education policy also, we are talking about 3-language formula, but in a different manner. Second policy we got was in 1986, and this was mainly to remove disparities and to equalize educational opportunities for women, and then scheduled tribe and scheduled caste. This also policy talked about the child-centered approach to be followed in our pedagogy, and talks about adult education and open university. And this got amended in 1992. Along with other small details, there was one major change in the policy guideline was starting of common entrance exams. So this is in terms of the policy we had up till now. Now, today when we sit, we have got a new education policy, 2020. See, when the first Right to Education Act came, it didn't have any mention of children with disabilities in terms of education. So there was a lot of advocacy done by activists, people with disabilities, parents of people with children with disabilities. And due to that advocacy, there was a amendment immediately, and we got Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan. That opened doors for children with special needs. And that Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan has been converted last year as Samagra Shiksha to include higher secondary as well, higher secondary education in the Right to Education Act. And the combination of Right to Education Act and Rights of Persons with Disability Act, we see that in the form of the new education policy, the National Education Policy 2020. So that's sort of introduction. Please allow me to go to the next part, which is I'm starting with COVID because we are in the time of pandemic. This is the organization I was talking about. It's called Include Me Too, and it's part of the Commonwealth for children with children and youth with disability. They had a global consultation starting from mid-April till June, and they came up with a statement. It has a statement for all walks of life. It means education, employment, health, all those parts they have covered. What I'm going to do is share only the first part of the statement and recommendation, which is on education. So this is the first recommendation in terms of inclusive, accessible education and learning development. Individual abilities and additional needs and learning styles of children and young people with disabilities should be supported. This is the COVID time, and the problem is that we are all going online, and there's not much scope in online methodology to look at the individual needs and additional needs and learning styles, because this is, there's no physical touch to it. So that we need to come up with some options for making sure that we keep in mind the additional needs, learning styles, and individual abilities of children with disabilities. Number two in the recommendation is teachers and education providers should be adequately equipped with accessible online resources and trained on supporting children with special needs. What we see today, most of our teachers, actually, they have been pushed into online education. We ourselves don't know how to conduct our education online. So reading everything in front of a video camera is not online education. There's a lot to in it. So we need to train our own teachers and educators and equip them, and ensure that online and distance learning platforms are safe and accessible for children with special needs. Now, when you open the internet, there are so many different kinds of, harassments happening, and there are so many different safeguarding issues. So we need to make sure that our children are safe in the online mode. Accessible educational lessons, materials, digital and technical equipment should be available, should be accessible, because, as I said, just putting it on a screen doesn't make things online. How we are going to make things more accessible to children with special needs, we need to think about that. Then alternative solutions for those children in rural, indigenous communities, tribal areas, as sir before me was talking about, in terms of difficult areas, not having network connections, what to do with them. So we need to think about, access to digital devices, not everybody having a smartphone, how to go about it. Can we do something? Can we prepare something which can go on a cheaper phone, which is not smartphone? How to work with the technology and make it affordable, and how to work with service providers, our mobile network providers, to make things affordable, because at times the cost of a network connection also is a problem for a family. Accessible materials and resources to children and young adults, particularly with deaf blindness, has to be made very, very accessible and simple, because children who are deaf blind, these are the children who have combination of visual impairment, hearing impairment. You know about Helen Keller. Now today, if you have to give online education to Helen Keller, how it is possible? Because the communication is through touch. So we need to think about how to prepare platforms which can, equip and build capacity of the families and parents to work with their own deaf-blind children in these pandemic situations. Parents and caregivers should be supported to have access to resources and develop skills. Very, very important, because we are not going, as teachers, we are not going to be with our children all the time. It is the parents and caregivers, family members, who will be able to support. So we need to build their capacities. And trained teachers and education providers should provide guidance and support to parents and caregivers. And it is very, very important that we keep this in mind with regards to learning and development support at home, because home is a new school now. We always said that home is the first school, but in the pandemic situation, home is the only school our child have got. So think about those areas. Now, coming quickly to the CRPD, as I said, 2006, we got the convention, and this map shows you the global picture. And you will see different colors. There is orange, there is blue, there is beige color. So what these color, there's light blue as well. What these color mean? See, any international convention which comes up has two parts. One is the convention itself, which is more like a guideline, and then there is a protocol. So protocol is something which is a binding. So if I sign a convention, a country signs a convention, only the convention, then it is just a guideline that we accept, we understand what you're saying, we agree with what you're saying. But when I sign a protocol as a country, then I say, I'm opening my system, my policies, my laws for the international community to come and audit it whether they are as per the convention or not. And if they are not, then I'm accepting that you will tell me how to make them better, and I'll accept those changes. So that's the difference between these colors. So you will see some, particularly you see America and other places where you see they have just signed the convention. That, okay, yeah, we agree with the convention, that's all. Then there are some who have signed the convention. In light blue, you will see signed the convention and protocol. Just sign both of them, right? There's nothing much in that. But ratification is that by discussing it in your country, in your legality, in your parliaments, and saying that, yes, we accept this and we promise to follow it. That's when the ratification comes. So you'll see, there are many countries who have ratified. India is one of them, but we have ratified only the convention. There are some countries you will see in orange color, they have ratified the convention as well as the optional protocol. So that is the most strong area. And you'll see that we are not one of those countries who have signed both the convention and the protocol. So we are changing our laws, but we are not open to anybody else coming, any international community coming to us and saying that, hey, you're not doing it, you properly do it. We are not open to that at the moment. Just for you to understand how the convention works in the international circuit. So I will just go through very quickly the convention, because this is a very old convention, 2006, 14 years have gone. I don't want to go into details, but it's just that this is as Sir was also explaining, that in this convention, we are talking about a paradigm shift, a shift from the attitude that we already had earlier and approach we had to a charity towards persons with disability. Now it needs to change. They are not objects, but they are subjects with rights. That's the paradigm shift. And also, there are many rights which the convention recognizes for persons with disability and the dignity of persons with disabilities. So these are the rights in the convention. There's a list to it. I'm not going to read all the rights, but there are some basic rights which we all enjoy. And the convention means to say that whatever rights we enjoy, those are the human rights, they are exactly the same for persons with disability. So they don't have a different right, or we don't have a different right as compared to a person with disability. That's the main motto of convention. And Article 24 talks about right to education, which is relevant for today. So Article 24 is about inclusive education and education per se. So it recognizes the rights of persons with disability to education without discrimination on the basis of equal opportunity. So that's the major change that the convention wanted to bring in. And it talks about lifelong learning. It's not that it doesn't stop in the academic. Academic does not stop with your age. It can go lifelong, right? And this is the point which has come into the new education policy now as well, of lifelong learning. I'll point it out when I come there. So this is about full development of human potential and the sense of dignity, self-worth, and the strengthening of respect of human rights fundamental freedoms and human diversity. So respecting that we are not all, same. We have our differences in diversities. So respecting that, respecting human diversity. It also talks about development of persons with disability, of their personality, talents, and creativity, as well as their mental and physical abilities to the fullest potential. So nobody should deny a person to flourish because the person is with disability. Enabling person with disability to participate effectively in a free society. So we are promising ourselves that we will create a society which is not going to put barriers on people with disabilities. So in realizing this right, the countries who have signed it and ratified it, what they're going to do, that not to exclude persons with disability from general education system. So we cannot force a child with disability to go to a only particular special education or a particular integrated model or a particular resource model. We are going to open our general education system so that the child can come and study with everybody else. That's number one that the country has to open, and we have done it. Person with disability can access an inclusive, quality, and free primary education and secondary education like we all do, and in the communities in which they live. So we're not saying that you detach the child from their community, bring it to a place where there is education, there is a school available, but rather than create schools within their communities. And that's where the Right to Education Act talked about, and we have created new schools in areas where there were no schools earlier. Reasonable accommodation, making sure that individual requirements, their needs are provided with. Reasonable means within the reason, within the possible support. But at times, countries use reasonable accommodation attached to financial resources. It is not only about financial resources, it is about adaptation, modifications as well. Persons with disabilities receive support required within the general education system. So we have to change the general education system, the way we teach our children in schools. We need to make changes in that general education system. We are not saying that bring an attachment and put it in the general education system, which I'm sorry to say, many times we feel when we look at Samagra Shiksha or the Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, because still there is not a complete buy-in. The general education system does not own a child with disability even today. Still, we have this feeling that my child and their child means the general education teacher thinks that children without disability are his or her children. But for children with disabilities, there is a resource teacher is coming, is their child. That's the big problem that needs to go away. And that will only go away as one of the slide I saw of Mr. Venkateshwaran, that he was talking about bringing, coming together of Ministry of Social Justice and Ministry of Education. So that I think we need to think about more strongly. And then effective individualized support measures in environments that maximize academic, social development consistent with the full inclusion. So providing individualized support in terms of accessible books, in terms of aids, in terms of support of teachers, sign language, braille, interpreters, all those kind of things come into individualized support. So third is enable persons to learn life and social development skills. It's not about only academics, but also about social development skills and life skills as well. Facilitating in braille, alternative script, augmentative, alternative modes. So it covers that whatever is at our disposal, we need to provide that to a child with disability for education. Facilitating the learning of sign language and promotion of linguistic identity of deaf community, and ensuring education of persons, in particular children who are blind, deaf or deaf-blind. My dear friends, in the whole of the convention, only these two 24, Article 24, 3, B and C, these are the only subsections which talk about disability with name. Otherwise, in the whole convention, no disability is mentioned by name. Only these three communities, blind, deaf, or deaf-blind. So the convention recognizes that children who are blind, deaf, or deaf-blind, they require more support, more resources for education. Employ teachers, I think these are common ones. I'm going to skip that. And I come straight to Right of Children to Free and Compulsory Education Act, which we have. It has section 2, first of all, which is on definitions. It talks about a child with disability. Who is that child? Child belonging to disadvantaged group. So in the Right to Education Act, child with disability were clubbed in the disadvantaged group, who are educationally disadvantaged or disadvantaged because of any other reason, so that they are not able to come to education, to the education field. So child belonging to disadvantaged group means a child with disability, or they have extended that definition, child belonging to scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, socially and educationally backward class, and such other group having disadvantage owing to social, cultural, economical, geographical, linguistic, gender, or such other factor. So if there is any reason that a child is being excluded from education, will be termed as a child belonging to disadvantaged group. And our children with disability definitely fall in that group. Then there's section 3, which further clarifies child with disability includes a child with disability as defined in the Persons with Disability Act 1995, which is replaced now with our new act of Rights for Persons with Disability Act 2016. Now, B, a child with disability as defined in the National Trust Act, the National Trust for Welfare of Persons with Autism, Cerebral Palsy, Mental Retardation, and Multiple Disabilities Act, which came in 1999. And C, a child with severe disability as defined in Clause O of Section 2 of the National Trust Act 1999. So these are the, if there is any confusion about defining a child with disability, under Section 2 of RTE Act, there is Section 3, which further clarifies who qualifies to be a child with disability. So Chapter 2 talks about, of the RTE Act, talks about right to free and compulsory education. And in Chapter 2, Section 3.1, a child with disability have the same rights to pursue free and compulsory elementary education. Right? So this is a very, very important clause, which has also been ratified in the new education policy. So this is something which has, if you see, look at the CRPD, the convention, then you look at the Right to Education Act, Rights for Persons with Disability Acts, also in Chapter 3 talks about the same thing, that a child with disability have same right to pursue free and compulsory education. Provided that a child with multiple disability and a child with severe disability may also have the right to opt for home-based education or special education. Now, this is a very powerful statement. Let me share with you, some countries like England, the United Kingdom, they have a different definition of inclusion, where they talk about this particular aspect, that the choice of education goes to the child and the family, whether they want to come to a general education or they want to home educate the child or go to a special education. And the same thing is available to our children, particularly children with multiple disabilities and severe disability, keeping in mind that their physical needs, healthcare needs, which cannot be fulfilled in a education setup. Only for that. It's not home-bound education, mind it. There's a difference between home-bound education and home-based education. In home-based education, you can prepare, and if the child, the condition of the child improves, the child can go to school. But in home-bound education, you are not allowing the child to go to school at all. So please mark that difference when you discuss it among yourself. Then January 2009, we saw the amendment of Right to Education Act. The major changes were to abolish the no detention policy in schools. Under this provision of the Act, no student can be detained up to class 8th. So there was a promotion. You cannot fail any child. So if a child fails, the school needs to give additional instruction and support and grant opportunity for re-examination within period of 2 months. And the child has to make sure that the child moves to the next level, and no child to be expelled from a school till the completion of elementary education, which is class 8. This was the amendment which came in 2019. Now I come to Rights of Persons with Disability Act 2016. What it talks about inclusive education. I was fortunate to be part of drafting committee for this particular bill, and we had a lot of discussion on inclusive education. We first thought about having just education, and we followed with that. We also had a lot of discussion about various disabilities to be included. Now we have got 21 disabilities, but earlier when the draft was prepared, it was not 21 disabilities. We were trying to do something else, but as you know, we are an independent nation, and this bill was sent all over the country for consultation. There were various people from various walks of life, lawyers, parents, people with disabilities, teachers, special educators, rehab professionals. They have all consulted, did a lot of discussion on the bill, and what was accepted by the parliament is in front of you. So chapter 1 section 2 talks about what inclusive education means under the Rights for Persons with Disability Act. It means a system of education where students with and without disability learn together, and a system of teaching and learning is suitably adapted to meet the learning needs of different types of students with disabilities. So again, we are following what we said in the CRPD, that this general education system need to change and adapt to make sure that the child with disability gets education in the general education. Chapter 3 on education, section 16 talks about duty of educational institutes. This is specifically for children with disability. I'm not going to list down anything which is not related to children with disabilities. So all funded or recognized institutions, okay, in recognized, everything comes by government, provide inclusive education to CWSN. So nobody can refuse. Nobody can refuse, admit without discrimination, and provide education and opportunities for sports and recreation activities equally with others. Like we are doing with other children, we have to provide that same admission, education, sports and recreation to children with disabilities. Make building, campus and various facilities accessible for students with disabilities. Provide reasonable accommodation according to the individual's requirements, the felt needs of students with disabilities. So that's chapter 16. It also talks about providing necessary support, individualized or otherwise. So it's not only the individual support, but also systemic support to change the system, to change the pedagogy, to adapt the curriculum and change the lesson plan. All those kind of things will come in this 4th subsection, providing necessary support. Then 5 talks about ensure that education to persons who are blind or deaf or both. Now remember, we talked about it in CRPD, blind, deaf or deafblind. Here, our law talks about blind or deaf or both, means deafblind. is imparted in most appropriate languages, modes, and means of communication. So it is repeating. We have taken it from the CRPD. Detecting specific learning disabilities in children. So we're not saying that disabilities are only those which are listed. There might be learning disabilities, specific learning disabilities, which I'm sure you must have discussed in other sessions as well. And then monitor participation, progress in terms of attainment levels and completion of education. That's where the no detention policy ropes in. That's where we say that we need to respect every student with disability in terms of their completion of education. We cannot say that, oh, you have to pass every year. There might be some students who will require more time. So provide that extra time in terms of following their curriculum and passing on. Provide transportation facilities to children with disabilities, and also the attendant, the person who is coming, the caregiver with the child, providing transportation, and having children having high support needs. So if they're coming from poor families, families which are living in slums, other disadvantaged conditions are there, those children are termed as children with high support needs. Section 17 talks about specific measures to promote and facilitate inclusive education. This we are talking about Rights for Persons with Disability Act, just to remind you, okay? Conduct survey of school-going children in every 5 years. So we got it in 2016. The law said that first audit should be done, first survey should be done within 2 years of passing. So there was a study done, and the Supreme Court had to, bring in their injection and to say that what is happening to our schools, and that's the education of children, school-going children. And that's when we got a huge report coming from, because of the Supreme Court intervention, that many students, they come to standard 6, 7, even then they don't know alphabets, they don't know basic numeracy skills. That's where the report came, and we had a nationwide uproar and discussion about education level in our country. So the law says now every 5 years. So next survey is going to come in 2021, next year. Establish adequate number of teacher training institutions. How much we have come, we need to think about it. How many B.Ed, higher education, higher teaching, M.Ed, all those kind of institutions have come up or courses have started. We need to think about it. Train and employ teachers, including teachers with disability, who are qualified in sign language and braille, and also teachers who are trained in teaching children with intellectual disability. That's a very specific provision mentioned in section 17. Train professional staff to support inclusive education at all levels of school education, designation of authorities to support. This is very, very important in terms of therapeutic support, other support, sports, recreation, all that, comes into this subsection. And establish adequate numbers of resource centers to support educational institutions at all levels of school education. Resource centers. So we say Brock Resource Center, BRCs, which we formed under Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan or Samagra Shiksha, under MHRD. So that's something which has worked very well. We have, I think every block has a resource center now. Other provisions are also important. Like Sir has already talked about modifications in curriculum and examination systems, scholarship, free of cost books and all things, promotes research, very important in our country. And I request all of you who are at the moment preparing for their careers, think about research in your career as well, because we lack good research in our country. And if we have to have a very sound foundation of our systems, education system practices, we need to have a very, very sound research as well. So please keep that in mind. Section 18 talks about adult education. So lifelong education comes into that. So these, there are special provisions for people with benchmark disabilities, children with benchmark disabilities. Now, benchmark disability is when the disability is more than 40%, 40% and above. So we are following the old formula, which was there in the earlier Disability Act of 1995. So Section 31 talks about every child between age of 6 to 18 shall have the right to free education in neighborhood school or in a special school of his choice. So this is very clear in Section 31 that we are not saying that only general school is the option. There's a special school also is an option. Access to free education in an appropriate environment till the attainment of age of 18 years. So free education till age of 18. The Section 32, which talks about minimum 5% seats reserved in all government or aided institutions for higher education. 5%, okay? Upper age relaxation of 5 years for admission in these institutes in terms of higher education. And Chapter 8 talks about duties and responsibilities of appropriate governments. I have highlighted it because it is important. 47.1, Section 47.1b talks about induct disability as a component of all education courses of school, for schools, colleges, university teachers, doctors, nurses, paramedical personnel, social welfare officers, rural development officers, ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers, engineers, architects, other professions and community workers. What the law says that every person in every walk of life in their professional capacity should know what disability means. That is very, very strong section, and we need to, as an NGO, we have to follow it, and we make sure whenever we enter into any new area, we make sure that all these people, all these professionals are exposed to education of children with disabilities, inclusive education, home-based education, and also about the rights of people with disabilities. So this is, up to here was all the laws and acts. Now we come to the policy. Please, Sudha ma'am or anyone, please feel free to let me know if there is, I'm taking more time. I'll try and not repeat anything which has already been said earlier. So this education policy, the NEP 2020, is 21st century education, taking India to 21st century education. It talks about Ek Bharat, Shresht Bharat. And it is about development of creative potential of all. So we are not talking about only academic potential. We are talking about creative potential. And it is also fulfilling the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which is about ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education to promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. See, this is how I was telling that lifelong learning from UN CRPD translates into the National Education Policy 2020 as well. So it proposes a revisioning and revamping of all aspects of our education structure, including regulation and governance. How we are going about teaching at the moment, how our school system works, how our university and college system works, all that needs to be revamped. Create a new system aligned with aspiration of 21st century. So we are thinking about, going, the policy says that we should not be stuck where we are. We need to think about our future as well. Building upon India's traditions and value system, I propose and suppose that all our education policies actually have talked about India's traditions and value system. So that's not something new. Education of children with special needs must be treated as education. This is what it has said very clearly in the policy. And all sections of the new education policy apply to children with special needs. This is not that there's no separate chapter. There are principles, about 22 principles in the policy. Those are fundamental principles of the policy. There's only one which talks about Divyang students or students with disabilities, and that's where it talks about extensive use of technology and teaching and learning, removing language barriers and increasing access for Divyang students. So what the new policy is talking about or aiming to or focusing at is the pedagogy must revolve to make education different than what it has been. So
Excuse me, sir. Sir,
Yes.
sorry for the interruption. Sir, you can take 5 minutes for your presentation. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So pedagogy must evolve to make education more experiential, holistic, integrated. The pedagogy should be inquiry-driven, discovery-oriented, learner-centered, and discussion-based, as well as flexible and enjoyable. So fun part should not be left out. So this is the fundamental principles. Yeah, if you have not gone through the policy yet, that's the link I have given on my slide, which is www.mhrd.gov.in. Relevant documents. There's policy available in English as well as Hindi. Please read it. It's a very interesting document to read and absorb. So there are 4 parts in it. Part 1 is about school education. Part 2 is about higher education. Part 3 is about other key areas of adult education, sign language, Indian Sign Language, and all those kind of things. And part 4 is the plan to implement, how we are going to implement the policy. So this already has been talked about by Sir, the new pedagogical and curricular restructuring, where the first first 5 years are going to be our foundational years, that is from age 6 to 8, which will be up to standard 2. Class 1, 2, and the play group area ages are foundational. Then class 3 to 5, that is between age 8 and 11, are the preparatory phase. Then third phase is the middle phase of middle education, which is from class 6 to 8, aging between 11 and 14 years. And then the secondary phase starts for 4 years, which is from class 9 to 12, aging 14 to 18. So this is the new structure which has been proposed. And they've talked about early childhood care and education from age 3. A lot of investment and weightage has been given to early childhood care and education because that is going to form the base of education for every child. I'm going to skip few things. National curricular, they've talked about a national curricular and pedagogical framework for early childhood care and education. And this will be taken up by the NCRT to develop modules in 2 parts. One will be, the framework will be for 0 to 3 years, that is preschool, and then 3 years to 8 years. So this is going to be taking place in Anganwadis that are located within primary school. Then there are pre-primary schools covering at least age of 5 to 6 years within our existing primary school or a standalone preschool. So these are already available institutions in our society, in our system. So the early childhood care and education will be provided through these institutions. We've talked about Bal Vatikas. Again, Bal Vatikas, in some states it's working well, in some states not working well, but they are trying to revive, the policy is trying to revive Bal Vatikas. Chapter 4 talks about curriculum and pedagogy, and it gives a lot of weightage on Indian Sign Language. Now again, how to standardize it for the whole country, because there are some signs who are similar or in various languages, but there are many signs which are different. So how to do it, I think we have to think about it and see. Chapter 5 talks about teachers. It talks about some important subsections, provisions there. Harmful practice of excessive teacher transfers will be halted. Means, they're all these transfers which used to happen compulsorily every 1 year, 2 year, that needs to be halted, because children with disabilities form a rapport with a particular teacher, and the teacher understands the needs of the child learning style. If you transfer that teacher, the child takes even more time to adjust to the new teacher. So because of that, this excessive teacher transfers will be halted. Adequate and safe infrastructure for all will be available in children with disabilities as well. And teachers will not be engaged on non-teaching activities. What happens today? Teachers are going to do all kinds of surveys, election duty, midday meal, and everything else which happens. And actually teaching takes a second backstage. So that is not going to be the case anymore. That the policy is suggesting the teachers will be involved only in teaching activities. Then the same chapter 5, there are some section on special educators. So 5.2.1 talks about teachers can take special education as a secondary specialization, both at the pre-service or an in-service level. All B.Ed programs, mind it, all B.Ed programs, not B.Ed special education, okay? All regular B.Ed programs to include training in teaching children with disabilities, and option of a shorter post B.Ed course for those regular teachers who wish to move to teaching children with disabilities. So this is about special education and special educators. Chapter 6 talks about SEDGs, which are socio-economically disadvantaged group, which includes children with disabilities. And it also talks about one-to-one teachers, one-to-one teaching, peer tutoring, open schooling, appropriate infrastructure, all those kind of things. And 6.6 talks about special education zones. So this is zones where large populations, large number of people are educationally disadvantaged, whether because of the geography, whether because of the economy, poverty, health conditions, tribal in nature, all those kind of disadvantages. If you see that large populations are in those areas, they will be declared as special education zones, and governments are going to provide a lot of focus in those areas on education. I'm going to skip this one. This is also about, school. Earlier we used to talk about school as one complex. Now we are talking about school complexes. So maybe in the same area of 5 to 10 kilometers, various schools will form one complex, one school complex. So one primary school, one middle school, higher secondary, pre-primary, Anganwadi, all that will become part of one school complex, and there will be a lot of exchange of information, resources within the school complex. 6.12 is important because it talks about giving choice of regular or special schooling. Very, very important. As I shared in the CRPD and Rights for Persons with Disability Act, 6.12 talks about rehabilitation and education needs of learner with severe or multiple disabilities. So we need to have resource center or special educators to support. I'm finishing in 2 minutes. Then there will be, if the child cannot reach to school, there's possibility of homeschooling, and the special educators or resource teachers will assist parents and guardians in achieving high quality homeschooling skills and home-based education to continue as a choice available for children with multiple disability. So this is important. 6.12 is an important section for as far as children with multiple disabilities are concerned. And this is all about resourcing and governance, how we are going to see. 7.6 talks about a grouping structure, as I explained to you, in a radius of 5 to 10 kilometers. We will have a school complex, and that I've explained. On higher education, availability of scholarships from private philanthropic universities or government available to students who go for higher education. And then it talks about moving towards a more holistic and multidisciplinary education. So we are not talking about only academics, but the policy is recognizing that all branches of creative human endeavor, including mathematics, science, vocational subjects, professional subjects, soft skills, all to be inclusive in the multidisciplinary educational approach. This I'm going to skip. Promoting Indian languages and arts. They're going to have a new body. It's called Indian Institute of Translation and Interpretation. And Sanskrit will be mainstreamed with strong offerings in school, including as one of the language options in 3-language formula, as well as in the higher education. So that's a new change you will see. Online digital education will be given more weightage. Suitable training of teachers to be effective online educators, that is included. How it will be implemented? Implementation will be, first step of implementation is implementation of the spirit of the policy and intent. That's what you see when we have an honorable president and prime minister, going on open platform and talking about policy, the new education policy. That's the first phase. Then comes the next phases in terms of policy initiatives, prioritization of enabling a strong base. And it also talks about that it is not going to go that we will start all provisions or all points of policy to be implemented immediately. No, we are going to go step by step. That's why we talk about up to 10 years from now to make the first audit in terms of how we are doing in the new education policy in 2030. And these are some of you can go through these are some of the acronyms, the new terms they are using, like there's some Diksha is digital infrastructure for knowledge sharing. Then there is Parak, which is for assessment. There are various new things. I think you can read it. I don't have to do a lot of explaining there. And in conclusion, policy is inclusive, there's no doubt about it, and it addresses specific needs of children with disabilities. It recognizes support mechanism, and it validates legislative positions that we have in terms of RTE and Rights for Persons with Disability Act. It recognizes special schools and home-based education as an option, very important. And most important is that it talks about every teacher, just not general education teachers, even special educators, because the policy has talked about synergy between MHRD, and in the whole policy there is only one mention of Rehab Council of India and its role there with NCRT. So we are talking about synergy between MHRD and Ministry of Education. By the way, the MSJE, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, and Ministry of Education. The MHRD is now will be called as Ministry of Education from now on. So any other policy, the fate of our new education policy depends on effective, efficient implementation, and it is up to us, because we are going to be part of that implementation. We need to make it successful in years to come. Thank you very much, and my apologies that I crossed my time limit. And thank you very much, ma'am, for the interpretation which you have provided, sign language interpretation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Muthaya.
Yes, Muthaya sir, how are you?
Fine. Thank you very much for your wonderful highlighting the main provisions of CRPD Act, and also highlighting the motto and vision of New Education Policy 2020, going through all the chapters and plugging out what are all relevant to our field of specialization, and also focusing on, as Prime Minister Modi ji was always enforcing, inquiry-driven, discovery-oriented, and learner-centered education. And having to all, considering equality and equity, and achieving effective results with all our collaborative efforts of efficiency of all the stakeholders and teamwork of specialists like us, so that our children with special needs will be able to achieve to the maximum potential. Mr. Akhil, I'm very happy to listen to you and for your valuable time to be with us. Next time, I hope when the normalcy is restored, I want to see Akhil in my campus, at least for a week with family. And we extend, on behalf of the department, I extend my heartful thanks and gratitude for your professional exchange and your time. Thank you, Akhil. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mutayana. Thanks a lot.
May I now request Mrs. S.N. Amsapriya, Assistant Professor, Department of Hearing Impairment, Faculty of Disability Management and Special Education, to introduce the resource person of this session, Mr. Sankar Subbiah sir, to the participants.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm happy to present the brief biodata of Mr. Sankar Subbiah Anna. Mr. Sankar Subbiah is a passionate professional working as assistive technology and accessibility consultant in Agate Infotech, Chennai. For the slogan, inclusion is equality, accessibility is the key. He works with national institutions like NIPMED, government departments like Samagra Shiksha, public libraries, Commissionerate for Persons with Disabilities, colleges and universities, educational institutes like Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute. He designs and implements various projects based on information and communication technology, accessibility solutions for education and livelihoods with developmental sectors, organizations like Leonard Shashir, UK, CBM, and other CSR organizations. He mentors and works with many assistive technology startups in India for developing user-centric solutions. Now I request Mr. Sankar Subbiah sir to present on recent trends and practices on inclusive learning environment through information and communication technology.
Before Sri Sankar Subbiah sir presents his lecture, I also join Madam to welcome him, and who has been a great support to the faculty of disability management special education in all activities, never mind in sharing his time with us. So we feel very much grateful to you, Anna, for being with us, and little apology for giving you the mic after some time. So belated welcome to you. Thank you.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Okay.
Thank you, Anna, for the kind and blessing words. Okay, I'd like to seek the blessings of Guru Maharaj, Holy Mother, and Swamiji for their blessings. And I'd like to thank our Administrative Head Maharaj, Revered Swamiji Arjanandaji, as well as our Assistant Administrative Head, Brahmachari Ajal Chaitanya Ji Maharaj, and also my guide Mutayana, Deananna, for all this kind of an opportunity, and I'm coordinated Dr. Sudha Madam, and all my colleagues, brothers and sisters in FDMS. for this great opportunity. Like literally, I'm standing between your lunch and I think I have to bit more run fast as a marathon. Okay, I'd like to thank two people at first because they are already running a marathon. First, Anu, you are doing a great job. Thank you for your great sign language interpretation you are providing for accessibility, and also like our visual media team, Sarunan and group, like providing all the structures and then getting into YouTube so that many are getting like benefited. Okay, it will be a kind of a lifelong learning for everybody. So I'm just closing my video just for the purpose of do you want to have my video? Probably like many may have some data bandwidth issues, so I'm not sure, but I'm just trying to close my video so that Manu is doing the sign, and probably you could see my presentations and you'll be able to hear my voice. Okay, I think there is turn-on options in Google Meet. Okay, probably I could turn it on, but still it has to be matured enough. Okay, because the language we speak is Indian accent. Sometimes the technology has to be improved. It's always improving. So I'm just turning off my video, and then probably I'm getting on to my presentation. At any point, probably you could post in your comments if I'm missing out or if I'm not able to be audible. And I think our team will be intimating me, and I'll come back again. Okay, thank you all for your patient hearing in this particular period of noon, which stands between lunch. Thank you again. I'll just start my presentation now. Am I audible? I think for everyone's purpose, like somebody can put it in the chat. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible,
Anu?
sir. You can
Thank you.
proceed.
Thank
Sir.
you very much.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, little louder, sir, please.
Okay. I think I'll hold my mic. Thank you.
Sir, you can handle the session up to 1:45 p.m., sir. Is it
Okay,
okay,
ma'am.
sir?
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay,
ma'am.
sir.
Yeah,
Thank you,
I'll try to do something more faster. Yeah, thank you. So inclusive learning environment through information and communication technology, recent trends and practices in this pandemic, particularly in this pandemic scenario. That's what we are trying to deal with now in this particular presentation. Now, when we talk about inclusive education, like and learning environment, okay, I'd like to probably present this particularly to start this presentation. I just read through an article, okay, about Sharada Devi, MA in English Literature, Kerala, an adult with osteoporosis, okay, like brittle bone conditions, okay. This is what the passion about learning, okay. Like as he says, like life is a mixture of up and down. There will be a lot of challenges and obstacles in the course of life, but you have to always maintain a positive attitude in life. This would help you tackle all that block in your life. And faith in ourselves. These have helped me so far. She has completed her MA in English Literature. Okay, imagine that he has a great support from her mother and the whole family, and the teachers, who have literally responded to all their requirements. So this is how inclusive education. I cannot get any more another term for defining inclusive education here. And the same thing, our Swamiji also says that if the mountain does not come to Muhammad, Muhammad must goes to mountain. That is like when he says that if the poor cannot come to education, education must reach them. Including everyone in learning is the essence of it. When we take it poor, it can be a poor in kind of ignorance, it can be of ability, or they may have some different kind of capabilities and all that, right? But when we include all of them, it happens. Inclusive education happens there. Inclusive learning environment happens there, whether it could be in an online or an kind of an on-site classroom. So with this kind of a positive note, let us get on to the next slides and the whole presentation. Now in ICT, we follow this particular model called SUMMER, okay, SAMR, because ICT facilitates always the substitution of any kind of an act which somebody is not able to perform. There is always a substitution for it, okay. And in case sometimes there may be a substitution and an augmentation required, okay, for adding some more value to that so that it is being corresponded in a proper way or it is communicated in an enhanced way. So augmentation is possible in technology. Now at times, like, there may be a condition where the whole thing has to be modified. The whole thing has to be modified in terms of an instruction or in a procedure or anything. Technology facilitates that. Similarly, like, there may be things which you may not have conceived at all when you get into a classroom or when you get into an online session like this, may not have conceived at all, but again technology comes to the rescue there. Technology can enhance it. That's why the redefinition happens. So this is how an enhancement and transformation is happening in education as well as learning now. We are all witnessing that in this pandemic situation. Like, we are able to conduct a international conference, okay, wherein participants, as madam was telling, like, from abroad or India, everybody are able to use this, right? So they're able to learn this. They're able to turn on and work on this. It's all possible because we are embracing technology. So by this, like, what we get, we go deeper and deeper into the learning commons. Okay, we don't restrict ourselves in learning something. We expand ourselves to lifelong learning. And so much of abundant virtual resources are now keeping on. Okay, it's a kind of a great repository which is building, and that can be distributed to whoever may not have the advantage or privileges of creating it. So there is some kind of a distribution and collaboration happening. The user experience, again, like always technology, as Dr. Akhil Pal also was mentioning, that like technology cannot replace a physical teacher at any point of time, but it is creating teachers. It is creating physical teachers among the parents, among the siblings, among the very many stakeholders who are at home now, which which may not have happened. So this is possible now. Then collaborative and learning environments. Technology also facilitates so much of collaboration. A teacher can participate, a student can participate, a parent can participate, right? And so much of sharing of knowledge is happening. So all this is happening. Similarly, like, reading and writing, multimodal way of representing information or presenting information is happening. Then co-teaching is happening. Even in a classroom, parents may not be allowed. There are going to be more children, particularly it happens for the children with special needs. Many school doesn't allow shadow teaching or co-teaching. But now, in online, it is happening. The parents are teaching them. Peer coaching, again, friends join together after the classrooms. They are sharing ideas, they are sharing experiments, they are sharing practicals, all that through kind of a social media, right? A peer can also coach somebody in this manner. So not alone on-site. If this is really will set up a changing scenario after COVID-19, things will definitely be a different way. Like, when somebody sees a child with special need attending the classroom in online, they understand the capability of the child. Then when they go back to the classroom, they know that this child can also learn. So this is how, like, technology is creating an equal platform, equal opportunity platform. Now, the benefits of ICT in inclusive learning environment, I'm not going much deeper into the points, but it is a transformational tool. Okay, it's a transformational tool for delivering curriculum or activating communications or providing assessment scenarios for diverse learning. That is possible now. Okay, not alone online, it can be extended to when the teachers go for an on-site classroom. They have the ideas, they have the innovative thoughts which have now come up. They can extend it. The same thing, the receptiveness for diversity. It is not alone children, it is receptiveness of diversity in technology even. Previously, we'll be using only a part of a technology. We'll be just exploring some part of technology which is very much convenient to us. Now, we are extending our scope, we are extending our horizon because of this kind of an online platform coming in. And this can be extended even to the classrooms. The same thing like now, teachers are becoming more and more creative because literally they have to present in online. The same thing will follow up in on-site classrooms also. They have to plan their times. They have to create so many innovations so that the content is appealing as well as the content is accessible. Okay, and also assessing the learning, how it happens, right? So much of things are happening. Okay, so this is again because of technology. Technology is benefiting. And multimedia, yes, it facilitates so much of resource access, exchange between teachers and the schools, or they probably why not within India and abroad, store somewhere in a common repository in a G Drive, Google Drive, or anywhere, and retrieve for any point of time, modify it on the flow. Anything is possible now. So this is because of technology. And now, all along, we are able to also record our evidences. There is something happening. We are able to record our meetings. We are able to record our sessions and then provide it for another kind of a learning. We are able to record our assessment procedures, right? So all this kind of an evidence-based practices are also happening. This will help us analyze whether the path taken is right or should we make some kind of modifications in that. This is possible now. Accordingly, we can plan our next steps even when we get on to our on-site classrooms. This is possible. Similarly, if you take about learning, again, the teacher is able to provide an equal advantage to all children. I know that there is a limitations in assistive technology. There are limitations in pedagogical instructions we delivered through online as well as, but I'm confident that when we extend this to an on-site classroom, this advantage can be provided. And with so much of startups coming up with assistive technology, I could ensure that this will really happen in someday in India. It also promotes independent learning. The child can set his own schedules, visual schedules or any other audio schedules, and then accordingly plan his own kind of learning at any point of time now. Technology is giving us this advantage now. And also the child is given a variety of resources for his cognitive processing. It's not that just a blackboard teaching. The teacher is able to present with technology a video or an animation or a simulation or a virtual reality. This is creating a lot of creative thinking. Why can't we now build this in future? The child's even a career opportunities are widening up because when the teacher is presenting something, the child is also able to understand there are so many avenues where I can work with, right? Not alone for education, it can be for any other kind of a career. You can use the same kind of a technology. This is happening. Now, there are so many avenues happening now. Okay, like do it at home, just display through WhatsApp, send me a video, right? So many things are happening on a practical way. So this has reflective learning happening. Child's also understanding what is critical thinking, what is problem solving, and also his competencies are increasing on all levels. Not alone like writing an exam or something like that, scoring marks, but he is able to also improve his skills on various other levels where he can
Dear participants, there is a network issues. We will get back to you soon.
Okay. Can somebody tell me like where I got disconnected?
Anna, excuse me, you were in that benefits of ICT slide, Anna.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Okay, is it visible now?
Yes, Anna, it is visible. Please make it in. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. I think I was there. You got this teaching and then learning or in teaching? Did I left there? Was I in teaching or learning? You got that up to teaching or learning?
In teaching, Anna.
Okay, fine. So probably, sorry for the interruption. There was a kind of a network connectivity. Yeah, it happens so in technology too. But there is a reconnection happening, right? So we could do that with technology. So in teaching, it acts as a transformational tool, and it allows receptiveness for diversity. It allows more creativity, planning, innovations, and learning. And probably use of multimedia also promotes more access to resources, repositories of so much of collaborative things happening, and also retrieve and store for future classrooms, on-site classrooms, and also allows recording for evidence-based practices in future, right? We could also share with parents and everybody, okay, for evidence-based practices. Now, in case of learning, it gives an equal advantage for children. They are able to do some independent learning. We can adopt technology, we can adopt procedures according to everybody's cognitive processing levels, and they could also do some learning activities by which you are also promoting creative thinking and teamwork among even the family who are supporting now, and siblings who are supporting them. Then they can also reflect on learning through do to learn activities. They could enrich their critical thinking and problem solving, as well as their skill competencies, not alone in academic curriculum, but other co-scholastic activities also are improving. They are able to display their arts and dance and all that in their social groups which are being formed, and also it promotes easy to access, okay, and operability of mobile. I know that there is a gap to be bridged in case of network connectivity and all that, but the advantage is that again it can be recorded and it can be transmitted for anytime, anywhere. So that again extends the technology, so that it is accessible for us. Okay, so probably it allows more flexibility, okay, as for each individual, and we are able to involve both a kind of a blended approach. Okay, we are trying to involve the parents or siblings at the same time. The teacher is also able to do something, okay, and this will in turn can be replaced. The same kind of experience we have can be replaced through peer training and peer coaching when they come to classrooms, because the other teachers and other peer are also seeing our children participating in classrooms now. We have strong evidences for that. Now, getting on to this, I'm just trying to get on to where technology is facilitating in case of inclusive education. Previously, when I say it's information and communication technology, it includes everything. Okay, so much of research happened. Now we are in the mobility angle. Many children with locomotor impairment who are not able to travel or has to be supported, or non-accessible transport and all that. We are now coming up with technologies where a wheelchair can be attached with a mobility device. The same thing can be a mini scooter for children to travel within a school also, to move within the school and library or a playground, and also there are motorized wheelchairs. And in case the child is cognitive or developmental disabilities, he is not able to plan his own schedule or not able to communicate with somebody, the parents can also now communicate with mini GPS tracker through the mobile. And there are, in case of emergencies and all that, you can get back with SOS messages. And there are now wheelchair accessible taxis, which is coming out now, probably in Bangalore and Chennai. It has been initiated. So this will facilitate children to move to classrooms now, like getting on to the place where education is happening. This is promoting. I can add more even in the classroom environment as well as for any other internal school things also, but just for want of time, I have not mentioned that. There are also accessible apps now coming up to plan, like to travel to places like My Udan, where accessibility, and they can also report accessibility. They can review places and do all that. And in case the child with visual impairment, again, like we do have apps like ID Pro and all that, where it facilitates mobility and it facilitates orientation to places and all that through Envision AI 1 like which even promotes object detections and all that. All these communications can be interpreted both in images as well as in text, and this text can also be brought to a kind of a braille display, wherein children with deaf blindness and multiple disabilities can also see through braille displays which are connected through Bluetooth. And there are also mobility canes which are detecting obstacles on the way at chest level and or even beyond that. So this is also facilitating independency now in the mobility and orientation part. And coming to the classroom, seating and positioning again, adaptations are coming up now. Like there are adapted seatings which are now coming up even through startups. We are for all promoting such kind of adapted wheelchairs, adapted seating, chairs and all that. The same thing, in case the child wants to stand up in a class, is also possible now through a adapted standing wheelchair. And even the smart, existing chairs are getting transformed with the wheeler or with the side cushions and all that, that will facilitate children, with some muscular disorders or probably cerebral palsy, extra bells and all that. The same thing, if they are going to have some kind of an ICT based devices and all that, there are mounts and devices which can be helping them to engage again. So this is all possible now. And when the child comes to the classroom, seats, then next comes communication. And again, for participation, for more participation, then the conclusion that this child cannot communicate with the other child, or the other child cannot communicate with this child, or the teacher faces a problem in a regular classroom environment. There are so many apps which have come, which are all available for free. An amplification app like Petalux, or Let Me Hear Again, which is an amplification as well as an alertness for any other kind of a school bell rings. This will give an alert here. This is possible now. The same thing, the teacher speaks, is converted into text. The child types in text, it converts into speech. This is possible now. Okay, all that is happening here. There are vibrated alarms, and there are even an app for text to sign language now. This is in the prototype stage. And there are visual timers which the child can engage with in their own mobile device or a laptop, wherein to understand time which is happening between periods, or for assessment procedures, or completing activities, and simple Bluetooth amplifiers that can enable more amplification for children with hearing impairment. Okay, this is possible now for individualized attention and hearing. Then there are augmentative and alternative communication devices which facilitate. A normal number phone can record the messages which are really helping a child in a classroom or in a home environment or during the travel, and just by pressing a button, the mobile phone speaks for him as an audio message. This is possible for communication now. Typing and texting is possible, and it has enhanced versions of apps like Zello Plus Communicator or Avaz, which facilitates communication at the same time, taking notes in the classroom and participating in classroom routines. These are all possible here now with this kind of a technology. Now, with all this, why we promote technology or a computer or a mobile device or a tablet? Because they have all their basic accessibility intact. They have accessibility for somebody with locomotor difficulty, or a seeing difficulty, or a hearing difficulty, or an operating difficulty, cognitive level even. So accessibility is so much built now in Windows 10 and other operating systems which are now coming up. Your Android or iPhone, they do have accessibility. The only thing we need to explore is just press Windows key plus U or just swipe from settings to accessibility. Then you are into it. You'll be able to explore so much of accessibility points available. And we do have so many input access devices which will facilitate children also. Somebody with locomotor or muscular dystrophy or muscular spasms like it in cerebral palsy, touch screen is available, trackball mouse is available, input click switches, either according to their level of operation or a fine motor skill, they could operate. I don't have a hand as well as I don't have a kind of a leg even, amputations or something like that, mouse stick, head mounts, and mini keyboards for somebody with smaller fingers, possible. The whole torso is not functioning. I just have my head alone functioning. Spinal injury, camera mouse is available. Then I don't want to operate like with visual impairment. No, I could hear and operate a computer. I can speak and operate a computer. All such accessibility features and devices are now available in India. Now in a classroom, the teacher can deliver lectures. We were thinking about like how to go for a smart classroom, whiteboards and all that, which are too costly now. Now this is again be simplified now. Just buy a small Android box, which is available in Amazon, or an Android LED projector, okay, which is again available in Amazon. The school can afford it. It's going to be like 8,000 to 10,000 rupees now. When many people are going to buy, this will still reduce the price. And this particular device will help you to even insert a USB with all your rhymes and blow it up on a screen, on a white screen, or on a wall. This is possible now. The same thing, you can connect a laptop and blow it up. Now, with a tablet or mobile device, you can blow it up. Now the device can be circulated to each child for an individualized educational plan. The child will operate on the particular device, and that is being seen on the bigger screen by other children. It enhances participation. Similarly, there are also apps which are also coming, like pschool.in is one app where there are so many do to learn activities. There are so many apps I can tell you now, but one of time I'm just restricting it. Probably you could communicate later and I'll be able to share with you. Google is having a big suite of for education, so many tools. The child wants to learn computer, accessible mode is available. Child want to explore the world for geography or history, Google exploration is available, right? So many things are available now, okay, in the form of apps, particularly from Google even. Now, otherwise also, like, there are resources available online, like Logic Roots. They have so many activities which can be innovated by every special educator or a regular teacher according to the cognitive level, according to the operative level of a particular child, okay. The same thing, like, Maths is Fun is another like a platform, okay, where there are so many worksheets, online worksheets, which can be operated, okay, using a mouse or a trackball mouse or any other kind of a device, access device. And there are also apps which also facilitate, like, early learning, like counting and all that, which is again accessible. And in case they go for higher education, they need to make some complex calculations and all that. Hyper is one app which can operate on kind of, it has a text to speech facility, and somebody can operate that also. So this is all possible now through technology. Now, when the children are going into a classroom level kind of an experiments doing, if they are not able to, like, go into a laboratory or somewhere, simulations are available. This particular platform has to be more accessible now, okay, but accessibility has to be improved now. I think government will work on it once the e-content guidelines is available, okay. But we do have started this journey of giving simulations for all kind of children who can do and learn, okay. This is possible now. Okay. Yeah. So next comes like virtual reality, which is now getting into classrooms. I could see many government schools also getting into this, using a CSR funding and all that, okay, wherein the child is able to experience something which he cannot in a physical way he cannot explore. Okay, so this is possible. This is taking place even in an early intervention center to practice a daily living skill. At the same time, in a classroom routine for an academic lesson also. Virtual reality. Okay, probably it requires a VR headset and something like that, which is now also cost effective, right? It has come to a level of like 1,000 rupees and all that. Google cardboard is available now, and there are so many professionals who are creating such kind of a virtual reality applications for delivery. You could experience it also, like for augmented reality. Again, you don't require anything, just your mobile phone and Android phone of version 7.0 or above, or iPhone version 11.0 or above. Then you'll be able to use this augmented reality, Google AR core, we call it as. Okay, that will help you like turn your camera into a kind of an augmented reality app, and you could bring in animals or any other objects which are created using this technology into your classrooms. That is what in Kerala, first, I'll show you something on that. They have implemented it. It's in a Gram Panchayat school, they have implemented it. So technology is now becoming more and more affordable and available now. Okay, and when you talk about mixed reality, this is something like we combine both virtual reality as well as augmented reality for a better learning experience. Okay, I'll show you some examples of this in the next slide. So if we think about this, like this is happening in Malappuram. Okay, in a school like where teacher are teaching this, you can just like go to YouTube and just type like augmented reality space Kerala school. You will see a whole video wherein a teacher can bring this, but it is in turn helping children with special needs to have a better learning experience for their cognitive abilities, for engaging in the classrooms and all that, right? Similarly, like virtual reality can literally help them in getting more, like who are all the virtual like a visual learner will get more insight when they are engaging with virtual reality. Now in depth more, you have to say by part, you want to explain part by part activities based on a particular a object or something like that. There comes mixed reality. So you could even plan some activities based on the virtual reality and augmented reality. Then it comes mixed reality. This is also now happening in India. Now social media, WhatsApp or Zoom or probably like other meeting classrooms, that they're all helping us in doing some kind of a online classrooms or offline classrooms, like teachers are sending videos, teachers are encouraging children, because social media is also accessible. There are few glitches in WhatsApp which have to be, which still they are working on it. So this is again possible now. Okay, so just let me know, like, am I audible, ma'am? I just want to ensure that. Am I audible?
Sir, you're audible, sir. We can
Thank you.
hear you, sir. You
Thank
can
you.
proceed, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
So much of classroom interactions can also happen through WhatsApp. The same thing in a remote learning experience also, it can happen through WhatsApp. Okay, children can like send some emoticons for reinforcements and all that. Anything can happen through WhatsApp now. This is possible. Teacher can send them videos, links. It enriches learning. So using WhatsApp for forwarding message is something different, but using WhatsApp for learning is something different. It really has so much of potential in a learning environment. And out of this classroom, out of a kind of an online classroom or even an inclusive classroom, there are facilities now using ICT. There are facilities like apps. There are facilities like a 3D printed tactile graphics. There are facilities like as I told you, like a refreshable braille display with a note taker, which can be supported to your child through various means. It can be through ADIP schemes. It can be through like CSR funding and all that. Now probably even NEP is also promoting that, right? But at the cost of a mobile or at the cost of a device, which a parent or somebody can afford or a donor can afford. There are so many apps like this. Okay, by this, like all this kind of lessons can be converted into an EPUB format, electronic publication format, and EPUB has a standard for accessibility. It can be operated by anybody with visual difficulty or hearing difficulty or somebody with multiple disability, okay, or with locomotor impairment. They can all operate on this. Okay, because the basic device of a mobile, it provides accessibility and in the content also we are ensuring accessibility of the delivery, and it becomes more accessible now. In case some children, no, they're not much into this, they just want an audio. There are apps like Insta Reader or Simply Reading that can just convert any text into audio. This is also possible now. Then in case child are having learning disability, no, kind of in reading or something, then probably they want some additional information. Then we do have MDA Avaz Reader kind of an app which will facilitate that. Now, when we are getting into such kind of online media and all that, literally we should also ensure that we prepare ourselves more for this particular thing. Probably when you are going to have children with special needs also into the classroom, okay, we should ensure that the communication platform has accessibility. All such communication platforms like Zoom or Google Meet, if you see that, they all have shortcuts, and these shortcuts can also be operated using the ease of access, by which we are ensuring that a person with locomotor disability or a seeing difficulty can also access this. Now, coming to multiple disabilities like deaf blindness, still there are something to be worked upon, but few of the things are happening by attaching a braille display and all that. But if the child doesn't have this kind of a costly technology, really that is bothering us now. Probably slowly we believe that this technology and all that is slowly enriching itself in the marketplace, and the cost is going to come down. Let us just wish for that. And also train the parents. The parents are also have to be trained, or the siblings have to be trained, so that they are able to connect it when the connection is going off, or that they are able to get back whenever it is required. Okay, all that we need to think about. And time and resource management also we have to think about, and assistive technology devices which have to be attached. How are they going to do that? This training is more important. Then we don't have to project everything on the platform. Okay, probably we may have to think about the data, we may have to think about anything, and set our own expectations for the child to respond, as well as for us to teach our learning outcomes. All that we need to set an expectation on that. Then probably establish some best practices, include all children in the classroom. Okay, acknowledge their presence by inclusion. Whenever you call them and see that they are available, okay, or probably you just put it in a text and a chat, and then ensure that they are available. Okay, they are contributing. Okay, then even communicating, signaling and all that, there are methods to do that. Okay, there are softwares to do that. You're going to see that. Okay, at the same time, no multitasking, so that the diversion the diversion is happening and the distraction is happening. Similarly, distribution of content in a sequential way, not in a kind of more haphazard way, so that the child is not able to pick up what the teacher is saying and what the content is giving me. So some kind of a sequential action has to be ensured that. Next, again, during the sessions and after also, ensure that you are communicating with the child with multimodal communications, adaptations and reasonable accommodations in the assessment procedures, multimodal assessment. The child can record a video and send, the child can type and send, or the child can do a sign language video and send. Whatever is possible, the way of communicating. Or the child can select some article and just show it on your mobile phone and you share it. This is fine. So this way, we need to think about the multimodal communications. You may be facing so much of hurdles in this, so much of obstacles in that, because as a developing country, we are also growing on technology. Our startups are really gearing up on that, and government is also promoting more of a reaching out network connectivity and all that. But never give up. Okay, but technology is going to that technology has helped us in this pandemic situation much more in taking our education to many people now. So let us not never ever give up. Simple to say that, I'm just presenting you a few tools now, so that you can also try out in your things. You have this Google Chrome, Google Meet. Okay, I thought of doing it everything practical, but the time limit is lesser. So I'm just probably you may have to note on this and try by yourself. You could also explore videos, tutorial videos, for trying out this. Okay, jamboard.google.com. If you type in your Chrome browser, okay, it creates your kind of a whiteboard. Okay, you can interact it. The advantage of this is you can share it with the child and he can open it in his own browser. So whatever you do, the child can respond there. So it becomes an interactive whiteboard, like as if the child is sitting in your classroom. the child is sitting next to you and operating a mobile or a computer. So this is possible in Jamboard. Just experience it, you will come to know. It can be used for any kind of a communication, okay, or assessment. Imagine that what I have done is I just made a Jamboard and ensure that, like, animals, I'm teaching it and just showing also a picture of it. And now I'm just going to ask them, like, what are the white animals did I tell? The child will be able to correspond either through chat or through voice message or anything, lion and tiger. Now I could just remove one of the thing. It will also get removed in his Jamboard also. The child will not see that, correct? Now the child has to sell by reading the particular lion, L-I-O-N. So this way assessment can also happen online interactively with the child. This is possible in Jamboard. It's free again. Next comes, like, Microsoft is also providing Microsoft Whiteboard. If you are having Windows 10, you'll be able to download this Microsoft Whiteboard for free. And you can do whatever you want. You can write and that gets converted into text, and you can draw, that gets converted into pictures or tables, okay. And you could even draw with scales also. This is possible. You can just put some stick notes for the child to watch it and then take note of it. You can even include a PDF file here. You can insert a video here. All this is possible in like a whiteboard in a classroom. Again, this is free when you have Microsoft Windows. Google Meet also has this one extension called Nod. Suppose you feel like you want somebody to give a response to you for a child with locomotor or communication difficulties. This is a kind of a Nod extension which will be added. The child can always say, yes, I understand it, I have a doubt, even during the Google Meet, because Google Meet is a free platform for us. Zoom and all that is going to cost us something more. We want an extended hour. So even in Google Meet, this kind of a free tools can be added as extension. Okay, so people can extend it, people can expand, like saying their own communication like this. Okay, accordingly we can plan it. Okay. And also Google has one other feature. We can add one more extension called Annotate, which is available in Zoom and other platforms, but it was not available in Google. I think they are developing it. But as of now, there is a extension you can install it called Annotate. Okay, Google Chrome extension. If you do that, the child on the screen, the child can do all that match the following and everything, and you will be seeing that. Every other child will also be seeing that. So this enhances participation. The child can do anything of it. For children with visual impairment or deaf blindness, kind of a multiple disability, these platforms are a bit more have to be accessible. We admit that probably in due course. I feel that these are all something which will become accessible more. Yeah, we do have restrictions, but we can use it for many other children who may require it. Now in our own Microsoft Edge is a browser which is coming with Windows 10, and it has so many facilities, like you can highlight something, you can round something for interaction to the child, so that the child focuses attention on that. Because you can see that, I'm not sure like whether you are seeing my mouse cursor. Can you see this? I have made my mouse cursor bigger because I want to point out something. I have made it in a color, a fluorescent color, so that you are able to see among any kind of a light or other content. Right? These are small things you can do it in ease of access, and this makes it all accessible now. Okay. The same thing again in Word also, we do have read aloud. Any content can be converted text to like speech, and you are typing something that the child is not able to understand that. Then you can translate it into your Indian language. As of now, Tamil and Hindi and few more English language, Telugu I believe, are all available. Slowly they are building their language, translator APIs. Once it is available, then we'll have language options here also. Okay, so translate is available. We don't have to bother whether the child makes a correct grammatical way of writing or something like that. Editor option is available. That will tell them what are the punctuations wrong, how it could be connected, how it could be corrected, and all that. It is all available in Microsoft Word now. So only thing is, like when we purchase a laptop or when we purchase a computer for a school or a resource room, ensure that they have all preloaded Windows 10 or Microsoft Word. Okay, so probably Linux, there are good tools available, but it is yet to be coming like this on accessibility. It will take more time. Similarly, in Excel also, you could use it for creating a use this draw tool. Okay, you could just draw a circle and it comes into a perfect circle. You can convert itself. You can write using a pen, and this ink option will convert into a kind of ink to shape, ink to write. All that will convert into the respective formulas or anything. This is possible. Okay, you don't have to do something extra. Okay, translation option is available, chart option is available, and PowerPoint also now has a design facility wherein you could change on the flow, like according to the color or according to the design level what the child wants. Okay, in a classroom even you don't have to prepare everything and come to classroom, but in the classroom the child says, "Madam, I'm not able to see the background. I want to change the background." Then design gives you an option to change the background. The child says that your content are so cluttered on the left, you want to move it to right, then you can move it on the flow. These are all possible with design. Now, I think I am coming to an end, why and how we should promote ICT. Because as I told you right from the beginning, ICT is a key tool that promotes equity because it has accessibility features, and still it is progressing towards that to create accessibility for all. It is constantly evolving. You could experience this now in this pandemic situation, right? The same thing, ICT, as our previous presenters were also talking, it is becoming an entitlement. It's a kind of a right, for a child now. So probably to ensure that this particular entitlement is reaching every child, whatever be the accessibility thing we have to set it up, whatever be the assistive technology tool he is requiring, that has to be provisioned. Okay, there are tools which are the cost wise it is coming down. So when you go for a mass production or something like that, government can afford to give it in ADIP scheme also. Else, as of now, there is no other option. I need to admit that CSR or donorship is the only solution now. Okay, the government doesn't allow the budget, but we should ensure that whenever you have a chance to represent something, okay, you have to ensure that this is added, ICT is added as a component according to your child's requirements in your classroom or a school. Then awareness and hands-on training for educators. Yeah, this is required to promote more ICT, right? Though ICT has the option to explore and learn, teachers have to be trained on something like that so that they create some more innovative practices. They could now have platforms like Diksha and everywhere you can share your ideas, share your videos and everything, right? There's so much of availability now. YouTube Kids are available, where you could create your own tutorials for children. So many platforms are now available for collaborative sharing of resources. So teacher can have hands-on training on all this. Okay. Then research and development. I know that UGC and everybody have started promoting multidisciplinary research now, involving all kind of stakeholders. Okay, even a sector skill council project like sector project or research project from Ministry of Social Justice is also asking for tangible products now, so that it can be implemented on the field. Okay, so everybody are trying to focus now so that make this as an entitlement feature. So let us teachers also innovate and work towards this. Then again, finally, we need to monitor and evaluate the impact so that we can expand it more. And we can, if there is some kind of a pitfalls, there are always challenges, then we could again revert ourselves back ourselves and then again address the particular thing with the mitigation and then go forward. ICT provides provisions for all that. You could go for a low cost ICT device to high cost ICT device. Okay, you may have you don't have to, as I told you, you don't have to plan for a virtual reality or a mixed reality, but try with an augmented reality using your own mobile phone. This will give a real good experience for a child who has a special need. I believe that we're all going to explore such options, and you can always be in touch and work on this together. And I end with a kind of our Bhavan Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa always says that there are as many faiths, so many paths. So there are so many ways which every teaching and learning can happen, and it's all going to benefit an individual. So let us explore more and more paths. Okay, it is not alone to religion, it is not alone to searching for a God, because again he goes to the next level. In the scriptures, you will find the way to realize God. But he again says that God is manifested more in man. Okay, so probably like, if you're going to do like, Magesha Seva as Jivan Seva, right? Then probably like, seeing God in man, okay, then we can continuously keep on learning, okay, not only getting the information about all this kind of a learning and just not keep it to ourselves, but begin to work so that we'll be able to attain the goal. So I once again thank our RKMVERI FDMSC team, organizing team, and Dean Anna, our Maharajyam, as well as the Holy Trinity for this opportunity given to me to share my knowledge. Kindly bear with for any kind of challenges I have faced in this process. And I think the YouTube video is available, and you could always get to me in any of these numbers or through any other platforms like a social media. I'll be happy to get back to you for any kind of an adaptation or innovation you want to like implement for a child, for a specific child requirement or something like that. Thank you all again. Thank you, Anu, and thank you, Saravana. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for sharing the key informations like SAMR model, benefits of ICT in teaching learning, ICT for mobility and communication, immersive learning with virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality, and to promote ICT in inclusive learning environment. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Dear participants, now we are breaking for lunch. All are requested to join back at 2:15 p.m. sharply for the next session. Thank you.
Okay.